time it was Team Osiris. You were not on there at the time.
I just said I understood that.
Okay, all right. So what Team Osiris did at the time, instead of contacting me, asking me any questions whatsoever, and I didn't have any problems, and I didn't think that I had any problems with any of the members, with the exception of Christopher Davis.
You don't have any problems with any of us.
Well, I'm saying at the time. So I'm going back.
No, I'm saying that there's never been any problems with us as a team, with you as a person.
Right. Well, I'm not saying as a person. I'm saying period. Like my inbox.
Right,
like,
that's what I'm saying. Period.
Okay, can I just finish? My point is, if I'm allowed to get it out, is that my inbox was open and I was in communication with some of the members of Team Osiris in my inbox. So when Team Osiris decided to do a dress rehearsal, there was 3 videos made. On 3 on Team Osiris channel itself, 1 on Kalam's channel. And so it was like a tour. So first it was a dress rehearsal. Then that one was redone again. And then a 3rd one, and then another one on Kalam where, you know, attempts was made to call Amazon and stuff like that. So what I'm saying by sugarcoating, what I mean by sugarcoating is that if you listen to the commentary now, it will make it seem like, oh, you know, if he just cited something, it would have been all good and this and that. No, these brothers was trying to smear, hate, and insult and try to say I was scamming and that I was
intellectually dishonest.
The choice word, yeah, the choice words was dishonest. I was scamming. People should get their money back, and all this other kind of things. So I don't want to play games and pretend that the intent behind it wasn't on some high school immature BS.
Which
right?
Can I ask you 2
questions?
Wait,
one second. And then another thing is that nobody on Team Osiris at the time, including Chris,
Mute pays a lot of noise.
Yeah, but busted me for anything. All the corrections that I made was prior to any of them even mentioning my book. Matter of fact, the corrections was made when a couple of the members, well, one member in particular was asking me, how can they sign up for my classes? I had already made the corrections in January of that year. It wasn't until August or sometime that they made the they went on a tour. They went on a tour with the accusations. But if you let them tell it, they caught me, and it wasn't until they caught me that I made changes. So first of all, there's a video out that fully explains this. But I'm gonna say this here now, that even in the first edition, I mentioned James P. Allen in the reference. So the problem with people who don't write books and trying to accuse people of plagiarism is that plagiarism, there's a technical aspect of plagiarism of accreditation, where you're giving credit or citations to somebody. If you do that incorrectly at a very, very core, minute technical level, that is also classified as plagiarism. But it's not the plagiarism that these guys was trying to accuse me of and now accusing Asar of being dishonest, trying to scam the people and doing all this other kind of stuff. And I'm skipping a bunch of other choice words, but people could watch both videos or their 3 videos and my single video. So the intent was never to deceive. And then people got to understand how textbooks are formed. This is a textbook. And I heard another person say, you know, not quoting IPA for that you do in journals. The book is not a journal. The book is not introducing new knowledge or any of that. It's a textbook to summarizing the consensus of what the scholarly consensus. And so nobody was ever hiding. I was never my intention to hide James P. Allen as or not give him credit for work. As I explained in the video, the footnote, I use footnote citations. The footnotes were missing out of the first edition. And if any of these guys ever took my class while I was having class all of 2015, everybody who's ever been my student will know that I mentioned all these things in class. I got these things recorded. So in all of my classes, I mentioned the absence of the footnotes. I mentioned some other things that I was going to correct in the second edition. And people know I said, January, I'm going to come out with a second edition with the footnotes put back there because it was a software issue. and the things that it was some mistakes that was spelling mistakes, a few spelling mistakes, and some things that I left out or I wanted to add. And I was going to do all that stuff in January. Everybody knew this, and when January came around, I actually did it. And so all that stuff, all that stuff.
Before I go any further, before I go
Yeah.
any deeper, let me ask you 2 questions, please.
Go ahead.
Because 2 questions. How big was the book? How many pages?
Don't remember exactly.
But about 200 pages, right?
Nah, it was a little bit more than that. It's actually 300. I can tell you exactly. It's 368.
All right. So the book was almost 400 pages.
368.
And I using the word improprieties in open and close quotation. So-called improprieties were found in about 2 pages, judging by how people describing it. It wasn't a lot, it was a few. Correct?
No. It was a couple of pages. It was everywhere where the footnotes were missing on the citations of James Palin. So it was more than 2 pages. So I don't want to pretend that.
Okay, all right. So it was one author in particular then, but he was mentioned as one of your reference. In the back of the book.
In the back of the book, in the first edition, James P. Allen is mentioned as a reference. So it would be crazy and stupid for somebody to try to steal the intellectual property of another author, pass it off as themselves, and then mention the author in the back of the book.
So if the person reads further and go and read that author, they will identify that certain
and they're gonna find the things exactly. So that's
so nobody can prove that you were being disingenuous or you were being deceptive or deceitful based upon the fact that it's just that, as I said earlier, I said how books are presented is that editors and authors can sometimes overlook or oversight certain situations. Is when that book sometimes is given to the general public where more eyes can peruse the book. Peruse, or then people can find misspelling. That's why sometimes, or you identify first printing of books is some people go to some page that says page 63, this word is spelled wrong on the first edition, but it was fixed on prior edition.
It was fixed in the second edition prior to any videos being made. One second. So my earlier point, the reason why I started saying what I was saying is that had the members of Team Osiris simply contacted me, then I would have pointed all those things out and said, listen, second edition, I know about all the errors. There's nothing that they presented that I didn't already know and that I already didn't discuss with all of my students for that entire year of 2015. The book was published in March. Wait a minute. The book was published in March of 2015. The second edition was done in January of 2016, the next year. So everything was done.
So based upon that fact, that they were aware that the situation resolved in the second printing because you brought it to them attention.
No. That's what I'm saying. Nobody contacted me.
No. But so they didn't know that you had a second printing then?
No, evidently not.
Okay, so they weren't aware. But after the fact, they were made aware that a second printing was available. And did they?
After they went through their tour, after they went through their campaign tour, it was brought to their attention. But look, hold up, wait.
No, this before, but please.
Hold up, let me say something.
No, hold on.
Listen,
Matthew,
I don't really speak on this.
Did you guys purchase the second book?
Who are you talking to? Me?
No, the guy from Team Osiris.
Oh, okay, I don't know.
Cuban Links. Did you guys purchase?
We did purchase. I do want to talk about. I do have some things to mention. We did purchase a book. We did purchase a copy. We did purchase a book. Listen. We did purchase a copy of the book in April, and unfortunately, it was the same edition as what was sold on Amazon. So we did purchase another copy of the book in April of that year, but unfortunately, and there's a couple of other people that have mentioned to us that they have purchased the book well after the videos that were done explaining that there's a new book. And yet, when they compared that book with those who have the first edition, they're exactly the same.
So you say that the errors weren't fixed in the second book either?
I'm not saying there was the second book. I'm just saying based upon what was purchased and based upon the reports of the people who purchased the book after the initial videos, it appears that the book that's still available for sale is still the first edition.
That's not his fault then.
Say it again.
Again,
I can't hear you.
That wouldn't be Wudjau's fault.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. When you have a correction in your literary work, even though you knew about it, and even though maybe your students knew about it, because you publicized this work, you should have at least on one of your mediums of either social media, email to.
You fading out.
I'm. Let me talk. You should have at least acknowledged that you are re-releasing or correcting issues in the book. That was not done. So no.
Wait. How do you know it wasn't done though?
Because if it was done, there would be no need for us to even make the video in the first place.
Okay, there was no need to make the video in the first place had y'all contacted me because you would know it was done. Wait one second.
There was no need for us to contact you because we did not know that there was a second copy out there. If you would have initiated that, hey, there's some errors in the first copy, I'm currently releasing a second copy, that would have netted that whole conversation.
All right,
wait, hold on, one second. One second. Wait, one second.
What's your book name? Let me order from Amazon.
One second.
Let me order a book from Amazon. I will have this conversation a week time when the book comes.
Wait, one second.
That can get the conversation.
Okay, yeah, that's good. But let me just say this. The point here though is this. Maybe not you exactly, Melvin, but I can say Kunsu specifically. Kunsu was in contact with me. So the conversation never had to happen. Y'all didn't have to go on tour had you asked me in the first place.
Okay, I was not aware that Kansu contacted you. That might have been for personal reasons. He did not inform us at the time when we made that video. Okay. So that was something that was unknown to us.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay,
so but
that's what I'm saying. If you would have at least publicized that, hey, I'm either correcting or adding something to the book, I'm revising it, we would have had no need to make the video because he's changing the content of the book. So that we would need to either wait until that book has been publicized and released, or just completely deaden the conversation until more evidence has been provided. And because of that lack of evidence, and because of the lack of the author stating that there's a revised edition or a second edition being released, that is why we proceeded what we did. And keep in mind, this is years, this is time after the book was released. So it was not as if we released the video immediately once the book was first publicized.
Okay, so the reason why y'all did it, this is what I'm saying.
You can't explain the reason why we did it when I just told you.
No. What I'm saying is that just like you can't explain to me what I did and did not do.
No,
like
I'm explaining to you based upon what's available.
I mean, am I able to talk
for the public?
All right, so I'll wait for you to finish.
Yes. Okay, so I'm explaining based upon what's available in the public's eye. If I am reading a book or critiquing a work, and the author recognizes a flaw, or maybe someone else that the author is associated with, such as a student, recognizes the flaw, sure, the author may go and correct that and may provide those students a copy of the correction. But for a layperson who's just going out and buying the publicized book, there's no indication, whether it's your social media, whether it's your website, at that time, because we looked, there was no indication. There was no indication on any medium that you had access to that said, hey, we're revising the book for whatever reason. The new information, edits, corrections, whatever. There was no indication of that. And so because there's no indication of that, that's why we released the video.
Oh, I'm seeing the issue now.
Okay, wait. Hold up, Snoopy.
Amazon still have the first edition.
They do. They do.
Wait 1 second. So here's the thing. It's not like y'all released the video. Y'all did the videos live. I saw the dress rehearsal first. I saw the second rehearsal. It wasn't like a release. So let's not pretend that it's a release. All right. Y'all did it live. And y'all went on tour. Y'all were on Kalam show, Talk with the Titans live as well. So it's not a release. All right, so let's not do that.
And you were invited on Talk with the Titans, by the way.
But I wasn't invited on the dress rehearsal and the other ones that y'all did. All right, so let's not pretend that either.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah,
so
there's no need to be petty for that, though.
No. I'm not. Listen,
we were using our platform.
Listen, I know
we were using our platform.
You could do it.
We were contacted by Kalam to say, hey,
let me
why not do it on our YouTube platform where you can invite the author and those associated with the author.
But that's not the point. I recognize that. So let me
talk. I'm saying there's no need to.
Can I talk without being interrupted? Can I talk without being interrupted?
Yes, if you're accurate.
Okay, but if I'm inaccurate, let me talk first, and then you can correct me after I finish talking. That's just common, speech etiquette, communication etiquette. Can we agree to that?
Yes, we can agree to that.
All right. So, what I'm saying though is that prior to you all doing the video, it was corrected. You all believe that you all bust me and released the video in that context, that I'm scamming people and I'm stealing intellectual property and all this and that. Let's not forget that. And what led up to it is Christopher Davis. He was the catalyst of y'all even doing that. Okay, so I don't have to pretend. You don't have to pretend because it's all out there on the internet, and it's 4 years ago, but it's still not that old. People could go look. As a matter of fact, I documented everything, all the Facebook posts, all the videos, all the little slick stuff that even he was saying at the time. And the reason why I got stuff recorded when he was hanging out with us, and why he got mad at me in the first place, why he had an issue with me in the first place, which led up to all of this stuff. All right. So my point though is that what you all are accusing Asar of now and me of then that's why I say it's silly. Y'all need to grow up with the approach. Now criticism is one thing. Criticism is cool. Critique is cool. Like that's welcome. That's part of being scientific. That's part of the process and the whole nine. But the way that y'all are going about it now with Asar and the way I went about it with me, this is from me to you right now, and for the rest of your team, that the approach that y'all are using is all part of the circus drama and real petty, because y'all could have contacted me prior to doing the dress rehearsals and the videos and the gotcha moments and all other kind of stuff, just plain out ask me. Maybe not you, because you weren't in communication with me, but I think you were familiar with me on Facebook, at least at the time. But there was I know Kufu. I don't know if he's still a member or whatever case is. Kufu was inboxing me back and forth. Everything was cool. Kansu inboxing me back and forth. Everything was cool. I was on Hangouts with them back when Google still had Google Hangouts. Everything was all gravy. Everything was all cool. So for y'all to take that approach, that was real petty and real childish. That's my whole point. Everything else is addressed in the video, and I'm not, I'm not concerned, with whatever. I was just trying to basically answer Stu's. Now, as far as the first edition and second edition, another thing that you all don't understand, and possibly because you all haven't gone through the publishing process, even the self-publishing process, is about the whole ISBN number. I don't know why. I don't know who keeps saying it, but I heard one of you all keep saying this about the ISBN number. You don't need ISBN number is attached to the author, the title of the book, the trim size, and a percentage of the page numbers. In other words, a author can change the entire cover, back cover, spine, the way it looks, the graphics, everything, as long as they keep the same title, author, and the trim size. If it's a 6x9 book or 7x10 or 8.5 by 11, if you keep that, then you do not need another ISBN number. The only thing that is suggested about ISBN numbers is not to confuse the consumers. There's no law, there's no other thing about that. So when I'm hearing about the ISBN numbers or it's the same ISBN number and that can't be and all that kind of stuff, that's real silly. And it's just wrong and silly. So what changed in the book did not warrant another ISBN number. Matter of fact, you can change with CreateSpace, you could change up to 10 to 15% of the page numbers as well. So you can actually take out or add a whole chapter as long as it's not over 15% of the book and not need a new ISBN number. But it's suggested that you do create or get an ISBN number so as to not confuse consumers or change the book cover or add on the cover, you know, special edition, second edition, or whatever case is, not just the inserts or the front matter of the book. That's what's recommended. So I just wanted to make sure that people listening understand all that. But everything else, explaining the video, it's 4 years old. And I'm only saying this now because I see what y'all are doing with Asar. And I'm saying the approach is real petty. That's some childish high school stuff. And like if y'all have access to Asar, you know what I'm saying? Y'all have access to his inbox. Y'all know who he is. Yeah, you have access to an inbox on Facebook. Do you not?
We don't talk.
No, I'm saying, but do you have access? Okay, I didn't ask you, do you talk? I'm saying you have access to his inbox though, right?
No.
You don't?
I don't have access to his Facebook profile.
Okay, so oh, you're blocked? You mean?
I believe so, but if I am, I mean, there's no way for me to contact him on social media. But that still is not something that is required for this particular topic.
No, I'm not saying it's required. Just like it's not required to me to make a public announcement or anything. But that's the standard you're holding me up.
It is if you're selling a product.
No, it's not, because authors don't do that. Name an author that has a second book.
I'm not. Wait. I'm saying it would be something. It would be something that would be respectful for.
But it's not required. It's not required.
I'm not saying it's required. I'm saying it would be
great idea.
I'm saying it would be something that would be respectful
for a
customer
idea, right?
to purchase a book of yours, and then you rewrite or re-edit.
But it's not required, though, right?
Or remove. I'm not saying it's required. I said that for the second time, Wudjau. I'm saying it would be out of respect for the customer that you are promoting this book for. You're not just promoting this book for your class. So because you're promoting this book for other people who are customers, who are interested in the topic, it would be out of respect for them as a customer to say, hey, guys, there's something going on with the first edition or whatever. I'm making a revised edition. I'm adding something, removing something, etc.
And I hear you. But one, you're wrong.
But I'm saying because
wait. It was advertised for.
I wasn't done. I wasn't done with you. I'm saying,
all right,
because you failed to do that, because you failed to mention that on your YouTube or on your social media, because that was not done. That's when we were forward with the live. If that was done, our whole live had no purpose then, because you put that out there.
Okay,
but because that was not done on your part, there's no way for me to be like, look, let's call Wudjau guys, let's hit up Wudjau guys and see if he's currently working on a revised edition, just in case.
Okay, but I got a question.
No, wait, hold on.
Can I ask one question before y'all get back into it?
Wait, no, there's no into it. I just want to say that because people are listening, because I don't want anybody to pretend what I'm doing or pretend to be in my head. So yes, the book is for my students though, Melvin.
I understand, but you also
wait 1 second. See, 1 second. Let me just get this out. The book is advertised as a textbook complementary to my classes. That's the purpose of the book, and that's how I advertise it. It's just that it's available on Amazon. Anybody can get it, yes, but I have advertised it and always have advertised it as a complementary to my classes. People who are interested in my classes, that's the textbook that they get. So I want to make sure you understand that, because what you just said,
I do,
correct.
Because I clearly stated that earlier.
1 second, but hold up 1 second. What you just said was different, and so what I'm saying
how is it different when I said you've put the book out not just for your class, but also for a consumer to be able to pick up.
I advertise it. Wait, listen. I advertise it for my class and the students. So yes, the students were aware and they were alerted to another edition coming down the pipe in January.
And that's good, but the other consumers were not, is what I'm saying.
Right, but that's not required.
I'm not saying it's required. I'm just saying out of respect for the customer, out of respect for your integrity as an author, it would be welcomed. That's all I'm saying. I never said it's required. I'm saying it's something that is welcomed out of respect.
And you know, a lot of authors don't do that.
I'm not saying you are a lot of authors, Wudjau. That is not an excuse.
No. Listen.
All right, can I ask a question?
Wait. Hold up. But Melvin, I'm telling this to other people. What you're saying would be nice for me to do. I agree that would be a great gesture to do, but I'm here to tell you that authors don't do that.
I understand that.
okay, but you may understand that, but I'm letting people else know. You got 55
Okay,
people
I mean, I
watching.
thought you were talking directly to me, but okay.
Okay, I'm talking to you and others. So I'm saying that you have that understanding already. But the way that you're saying, I'm just making sure it's very clear that one is not required. Even you're not saying it's required. You're saying that it would be respectful and it would be great for other customers. But I'm here to also say that authors just don't do that. So the fact that other authors don't do that, the fact that I did inform my students of the changes, and we actually discussed the changes in the different classes that I had the whole time. And because I advertise it as a complimentary book for my classes, it really boils down to, if that's the reason, or that's one of the motivations for you all to quote unquote release your videos, then still that's petty. On top of the fact that y'all could have contacted, or any one of you all could have contacted me, not to ask me, hey, Wudjau, are you working on a second book because of this, that? No, just to point it out to me from man to man, so that I would be able to, oh yeah, I'm aware of that, and then I can inform y'all, whatever, not to come ask me about that. So that's what I'm saying. And I'm like, it's 4 years ago. I did a video, and in the video I said I'm not gonna even address it in another video or whatever the case is, because y'all kept going on tour even after I did the video. I was like, hey, y'all have at it, do your thing. I'm not gonna babysit, you know, the pettiness and stuff like that to this day. So I'm only saying it now because the same approach is being used with Asar, and that's crazy. And I wish like there was one thing that I saw. I haven't seen the whole video, but there's one thing I saw on Bias Play, the little section I saw where it was a page of Asar's book on the screen, and then there was a book that Asar he's being accused of plagiarizing. And I wish I knew the timestamp, because I would love for Bias to just put that freeze frame back up. But just to show the pettiness, and that's what I'm speaking to right now. The approach, this whole circus stuff, this drama stuff, this gotcha moments and accusations and all the beefing and stuff going on, it's for the birds. I don't involve myself with. That's why you don't see me, involved in
How is his beef with you?
All
I don't even
right,
know you.
come on, man.
I don't know you. How is his, I don't know Asar. How is his beef?
No, I'm not saying you per se. I'm saying
how is his beef for the team?
You don't do much talking. I mean,
just because I don't do much talking
that's what I'm saying. You gotta say names. You gotta say names, because you're categorizing a group. Okay, and that's for me, that's what I find offensive. Because let me just say something to you. Because I was always cool with you. I never had a problem with you, and I don't have a problem with you. But I tell you this much: I didn't join Team Osiris to be against you guys. And as soon as I joined, all of y'all that's either Armorized Squad, Cool Armorized, it's like y'all just started acting funny towards me.
Wait, y'all. Wait. See, now you're doing what you're accusing me of.
Specific names. You have specific names. People acting funny style with me. Not
wait. Am I? Wait. 1 second. Am I one of them? Have I
no, acted? You haven't. But the only thing is, just like when you say y'all, and it's just like you understand my job. Like, I'm be honest, I don't care about none of this shit. Like this topic, like
no, I feel you.
That's not my thing. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I'm neither here nor there. Like
okay, and I feel you on that. I just want me and you to be clear that, because the way you just said it was as if I acted funny towards you ever, and I've never have to this very day.
And just for the people too that ain't got nothing to do with that, like that I rock with Mel, and Gozy, like you keep like, let's not us be involved in that, bro.
Okay,
like, let them deal with that. You feel me? Like,
let me be specific. I'm talking about the people who are actually making the accusations against Asar, but it's a Team Osiris brand, because it was the whole Black Flag movement and all that kind of stuff. But specifically, to name names, it was Joshua Kane that was doing the most, the talking. He's the one that's actually doing the pointing out. But the panelists as the team also is in support. So I can name names, but I'm also going to name the group as a whole as well, as far as at least those who are vocal on there, because either way it'd be silly for me not to, because all of the little comments, the smirks and stuff like that, and the jokey jokes that I did hear in the little snippets that I heard, like I said, it's to me, it's childish and petty.
Can I ask one last question to Team Osiris? What's the purpose of this? Is it to discredit the brothers, or is to assist them to improve their work? What was behind all this? Is it to discredit the brothers, or was it to assist them to improve their works?
If this was to discredit either of them, we wasted a lot of time doing so.
Yeah, I don't lose no sleep.
So what was the purpose then?
So
can you answer that question?
The purpose of this was to showcase something that we had found. First of all, we were interested in the topics of their books. There's no way we're going to sit around and buy their books and buy the books that they recommend we buy just because we want to completely shit on them. We're actually interested in the topic. They know this because we all have history. So it makes sense that we're interested in the topic. Sure, we have disagreements as well as agreements. So it makes sense for us to purchase.
But that is bullshit.
Let me finish.
Answer that you're giving
but let me finish. Let me
man
finish.
As a man and be honest.
But let me finish.
Not in there.
But let me finish. So when we purchase the books and we're cross-referencing everything that they're mentioning, that they're stating as sources or references, we find errors within their own text. We find a direct quote without proper quotation or proper black quotes or proper citation. But then we also find in the very same book proper quotation, proper citation, proper black quotes. When we give credit to that in the video, if you watch the video, we showcase several examples of both of them properly doing it the right way.
But why label it as scamming and trying to deceive and stuff? Because that's what I'm saying. See, I like the way
I can explain that, Wudjau. I can explain that.
All right, because
the reason why scamming and deception was used is because when you copy or when there's a direct word for word paraphrase, a direct word for word paragraph in your text that directly comes from another text. But when you read it word for word, there are words that are changed. There's words like Ronnie Kimmett, where the word Egypt is. There's words that have been opted out, where in the original author's text, they are not there. For what reason, we cannot explain. But that does seem to be very, very disingenuous. Because if you're gonna copy word for word, why not just copy word for word and put a quotation around it?
Okay, so by your own admission, by your own admission, you said that let's just take Osiris' book for example. It was more recent. Yeah, you said you found correct block quotes. You found correct quotes around it and everything like that within the same book. And then you say you found something where quotation marks may have been missing and whatnot. That's what I'm referring to. If a person, because this is a thing, at least with Osiris. Now wait.
What I stated for you also applies to Osiris. I want to make sure that's clear.
Okay, and that's clear.
Just listen.
So here's the thing. So the reason why Osiris can speak for himself, I believe he even spoke a little bit on it for I don't need you to tell me you can, but I believe he spoke on it on the Dagger Squad a little bit, whatever the case is, so people could see that. But Osiris written quite a few books, and out of Osiris' works, and out of the people, at least who we interface with and on social media, so-called conscious community, Osiris is the most citationist person out of everybody.
That's not our word, but we're not to get
But I don't know if you're talking to me. So
yes.
But I'm saying Osiris is a citationist on steroids when it comes to citing and so on and so forth. So it's like really, really weird to me to label that, to throw an attribute on him as a scam artist, scamming and deceiving the people and this, that, and the third. Okay. When he goes out of his way to cite and quote and do literature review and this and that. So if there happened to be a quotation missing where one should be, then that's a mistake, that's an error or whatever the case is. But to label that scamming, to label that as being dishonest and stuff like that, that's real petty.
but it's not just one example. It's several examples.
I mean,
a lot of them are within the same chapter. A lot of them are back to back.
Definitely an apologist for your actions.
Listen, Wudjau, he still does not answer the question though. What was the purpose of going on so many platforms? It wasn't to discredit the brothers, or was it to build?
It was discredit. You could listen to the video. Like people could listen to the video themselves.
I'm not. I know what it was, but then
I just don't like playing games where people try to be apologetic and try to smooth it out on these.
That's the same question I asked.
That's what I'm like, man. Go all in, double down on it. You know what I'm saying?
We did. The work is already released. I'm not losing sleep over continuing to deal with it. The research has been done. The evidence has been proven and shown to the public. So it's up to them to go out and look at the work. It's up to them to go out and get the books and make the comparisons themselves.
Okay, listen. All right, listen. This is the question. This is the question. This is the question though. Like if that happened some years ago, right, and y'all done went through that spill, and everybody done that done happened, everything's been corrected, blah 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 blah. Why rehash that? Like why rehash that?
Yeah, I'm not bringing up the old video we did on
I'm saying channel. Like that was just
the only thing that's being brought up is Osiris' work because that is the most recent.
The video Wudjau was just on that whole thing was just on Sarnetta.
Talk to Sarnetta.
Okay, so that's Sarnetta. Sarnetta Ben had that. Sarnetta had that for years. He chose to do that. We didn't say, yo, Sarnetta.
That wasn't live.
Hey, but hold on.
No, this video was 4 years old.
Live? Wait.
That
wasn't live?
Sarnetta will tell you, and he mentioned it on Garfield's show, that he's been holding that for years. It's just because of his association.
All right. I thought it was a live video.
That he chose not
wait, hold up.
Never come out. I said that
wait, hold up. Let's be clear for a second. So the video that Sarnetta uploaded was old, and that's Sarnetta doing that. But Kunsu calling in and Netanel being on Sarnetta at the time, that's not old. So stop playing games.
Netanel played his own video. I didn't have nothing to do with that. I don't even talk to Netanel.
No, I'm saying, but you were on Sarnetta. You called in.
Sarnetta invited me on there before. I didn't even know Netanel was coming on there.
Okay, but I'm saying I'm making it clear to people that that's not recorded. So
what difference does it make? What difference does it make?
Because they asked.
Because no, you guys know that the situation was resolved.
That's the difference that it makes.
No, the situation was never resolved. Let me say this. Let me be respectful. Let me be clear. No, nothing was resolved. I never talked to nobody. I don't talk to Wudjau. I don't talk to Asar. I used to talk to Ankh. I publicly reached out to Ankh to squash this, and he ignored me. Matter of fact, he called me to squash this whole misunderstanding with Amara Squad and Team Osiris, because we was all a matrix together at one point. And then I even had Sa behind the scenes trying to call Ankh with me on the line, and Ankh wouldn't answer the phone. And when Ankh did answer the phone and he found out I was on the phone, he would hang up. Yeah, so this is something totally, this right here is out of context, because I have no malice or no disrespect for anybody, because I do what I do here in Chicago with my family. This ain't that serious. This ain't that. All this was with peripheral investigators and with primary researchers, just like Amara Squad is. When Amara Squad critiques a book and said it ain't worth buying, nobody says nothing. So now if somebody else do it, then they all of a sudden is petty. Shaka Ahmed's books was attacked. Zion Lex books was attacked. Anybody that wrote a book in the conscious community was under the scrutiny of the Masi Warrior Clan or anybody else with Amara Squad. And it was respected. Nobody said that you guys were out of order for doing it. Matter of fact, you were given credit for doing it.
Facts.
Okay, so now when we do it, all of a sudden it's a problem, but we came from the Amara Squad matrix of put a source up or shut up. That's what we do. That's what we do, because we was all together. And I was around doing it before you came into the fold, Wudjau.
All right, but I'm trying to see the relevance to what you just said.
Because the brother Stu Pease respectfully asked a question, and I'm addressing his question. I'm not addressing you because I've talked to you for years. There's no need to address you. It's no need to address you. I'm not going to reiterate to another grown man what we already discussed. But Mr. Stu Pease asked a legitimate question, so I'm letting him know that no, it was not malice. It appears that way because a lot of people don't know the 13-year relationship of everybody in this matrix. He don't realize that, and he deserves to know that. So this situation is a culmination of just scholarship. It's just a difference in philosophy. We would agree with 95% of Amir Raswad's principles because we believe.
I mean, you saw that last night. You saw that firsthand last night, Wudjau, where you and Gozi had nearly about an hour-long conversation, and there was only really one disagreement.
No. But see, here's the thing. I don't have a problem with anybody. Like I could talk to anybody. So yeah, I'm positive. So, like Kansu, for example, prior to you all doing your video, you went on tour with the videos and stuff like that, right? Prior to that, you and I used to hang out in the Google Hangouts, and before they shut that down.
No, we didn't.
And we
would just randomly pop up, but I didn't hang out with you. I know you like that. I don't know nothing about you.
Okay, I don't know you from a can of paint still.
Even if you did, that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant.
Wait. What I'm saying. Okay, if we're gonna be technical, what I'm saying is that we cross paths in Google Hangout.
Yes.
Before. All right. So we're gonna be real technical then. All right. Because I don't know you, and I don't want to get the impression that I know you. Neither do you know me. All right. From a can of paint.
Right.
All right. So, but prior to that, my point is you had access to my inbox and you were inboxing me back and forth. We exchanged a couple of times in the
about
inbox.
What? What did I inbox you about?
Want me to show you?
Yeah.
Okay, you asked me about taking my class.
No, you said you want me to show you, so I don't need no more dissertation. I need you to show me.
No, but
because I remember.
Wait.
Do you know who? Wait a minute, I'm listening, but we conversing, brother. Let me talk. Do you know who Christopher Withers is?
Yes, I do.
Christopher Withers is my best friend.
That's great, and I know that.
Okay, now he took the class with Raketti Amin, the class that you took.
Okay, I don't know if he took the same class I took, but
no, he took the same type of class. He didn't take the curriculum with you. Raketti Amin is one of my personal mentors.
That's great.
So now, when I inboxed you, I was impressed with your work because I knew what lineage you came from.
Oh, so you did inbox me?
Yeah, I remember what you're talking about. I know what you're getting
all right.
So that,
I mean, that's the whole point. So I mean,
but what is it? What does it have to do? No, wait a minute. Wait a minute. You was getting ready to say when I said what inbox, I want you to tell me specifically because you're not finna tie no inbox into nothing about me. I saw your comment and I heard what you said. I wasn't inboxing you about no plagiarism.
I didn't say you did. Wait, hold on. One second. I never said you inboxed me about plagiarism.
No, what I'm saying is I'm clearing this up because I don't.
Yeah, clear that up because I never said that.
I'll clear it up. You're trying to make it seem like he should have contacted you since y'all had some sort of interaction. Like he should have contacted you about the show we did live.
Wait. No.
I'm telling you that's irrelevant because we had no indications that you or him had contact. So it's irrelevant.
Exactly. That's why I nipped it in the bud.
Let me make my point. Hold up. Let me make my point. My point is that you had access to me. And
it's irrelevant.
Wait. No, I mean, you keep saying this. Can I talk? I mean, you keep saying it's irrelevant.
You can talk, but you're not saying something that's relevant to the situation.
Regardless, though, at least can we agree before I say anything else? Can we agree to just basic communication etiquette? If you have an opinion that what I'm saying is irrelevant, at least let me say it, and hold that opinion to yourself. You may not even have to say it because if I were to voice my opinion about stuff y'all saying while y'all saying it, y'all would never get a word out, and that's just disrespectful. All right, so what I'm saying.
You don't think you're being disrespectful by saying what you're saying?
Let me say this, Wudjau, when I'm gonna let you speak. You already said that we went on tour. That's disrespectful. You're calling us disrespectful and children, and then you want us to be quiet and let you have a discourse while you're being disrespectful and narcissistic.
Okay.
You want us to put up with your disrespect, but you sitting there talking about we went on tour. What kind of demeaning talk is that? What kind of demeaning talk? What happens when you go on tour with Wudjau?
I don't.
That's not fair. You don't do that.
I don't go on tour, brother.
And we don't either. Brother.
Okay. All right. So here's the thing. So you call me a scam. You said I scam people. So
I told you why.
Wait.
I told you why.
You did.
Okay, but wait. So wait a minute. So you can say that. Listen, stop being soft, first of all. All right. So if you gonna say that I'm scamming and stuff like that, then let me talk. Stop being so sensitive.
But why are you bringing it up again when I've already explained to you?
I see where this is going.
I'm not talking to you, Melvin, at this point. I'm talking
I see where this is going. I see where this
is. If I've already added clarity to that, there's nothing else to talk about.
I hope you can see where this is going. So here's the thing. So what I'm saying is that push all that to the side, because you're saying I'm disrespectful by saying y'all went on tour. So I can say y'all disrespectful, you specifically, Kansu, by saying I'm scamming the people and stuff like that. We could play that game, but let's push all that to the side. The whole point is, because you say, okay, I did scam. I say, well, y'all went on tour. Y'all went on your own platform. You went on another person's platform, and so on and so forth. All right, that's what I'm calling by tour. I don't mean y'all got in a bus and went from city to city. So, but here's the whole point. As I said earlier, and I'm talking about what y'all are doing now, because what y'all did, your tour you did.
Can you get to the point, bro? Can you get to the point so we can all talk?
Yeah, it's no problem if you let me talk. All right.
So I'm letting you talk, but you gerrymandering. You're not saying nothing.
Okay, let me not say nothing then, because is this your platform?
Oh man,
here we go,
man. Here we go, man.
Wait, I'm just asking.
Here comes the double talk.
Because
the double talk, bro.
No, but here's the thing, because you're trying to control the conversation. This is not your platform.
Okay.
All right.
It's not yours either.
And I never claimed it was, and I'm not telling you to hurry up.
Just get to the point, though, bro.
No, I'm gonna talk as I want to talk. All right. So here's the thing. I'm saying, I'm gonna reiterate what I said earlier, because now you're here. All right. So what I said is that you specifically, and other members of the team, not everybody who's on the team right now, but y'all are being petty and childish with the approach of what y'all are doing. That's why I don't know if you heard that earlier, but now that you hear
me. I've heard, this is like the 10th time you said it. I've heard it like 10 times.
Okay, but
I've heard it. I've heard you say that.
All right, so now I'm telling you.
I don't care, but I heard you say it.
All right. I'm just letting you know that.
2P, you loud.
I'm loud.
I hear it. I hear what you said. You being petty and childish.
This conversation.
What happened? Wudjau, you finished? All right, come see you up. Wudjau gone or something.
All right,
I thought Stu Pease had something else to say, but go ahead, Consul.
Let Consul go
ahead. No, Stu Pease, can I just pop in here, man? I mean, I'm not trying to. I mean, what was done is done. The problem is, see, it's pettifogging. And let me tell you why, Brother Sosa. He's not discrediting the evidence that was produced. You're talking about semantics, but he isn't disproving any of the evidence
to his book
produced to his book. Not one. He ain't lie and say that he put the same ISBN number on the second edition, because ISBNs are attached to one book. He hasn't disproven that yet. But you're talking about personalities, you're talking about people's credibility, but you're not talking about the evidence that was presented.
I don't know what happened to Wudjau.
The evidence that was presented was empirical data. It was source data. When we contacted Amazon on air, did we tell them to say the same thing? Did we tell them to say that there was no second edition? Did I call them before the show? And when I went on Talk with the Titans, Kalam is Team Osiris. So all of this stuff, I have no problem with Wudjau. This is scholarship. People got better things to do with their time than pettifog over the fact that you can't be right all the time, bruh. Steel sharpens steel. If you got a problem, debate me on the scholarship issue, but don't start talking about me personally and telling me I'm going on tour. Wudjau ain't built like that, no way.
Kasu, I told him.
Hold on, wait, one
second. I told him.
We don't need that. We don't need all of that. We don't need no arguing and
fighting. Kasu, I told him,
bro.
I told him that there are members of the team that we know that have purchased the book.
Yeah.
After he even mentioned the video, like in the middle of the year, just to give it time to circulate, and it's still the first edition. There's people who contacted us middle of the year, towards the end of the year, when that video was released, and said, you know what, that we still got the first edition. There's people who contacted us.
Respond?
I will. I'm just letting Kansu know that I've already explained this to Wudjau,
okay.
so he can understand why we're saying it appears like it's misleading and that it's scamming, because to the layperson who goes out and buys his book because they're interested, they have no clue unless they watched our video or your video where you explain that there's a second edition. Prior to that even happening, only people who would have known were your students. And I'm saying for the people who bought your book, as a layperson, there's no indication.
I don't know if we're back or not.
Yeah, I'm here.
He's back. He's back.
All right. So let me address what he's saying. I was patient. So here's the thing about the ISBN, and he said that I didn't address the empirical data that was presented. I did a video 4 years ago. Everything in the video stands. So I don't make a habit of readdressing and being redundantly addressing the same things over and over again. So everybody can go watch that video. I address everything that was said in the other video.
Then why are we asking? Why are we being asked to be redundant?
One second.
Why are we being asked to be redundant? We've already released ours.
I didn't interrupt you. So about the ISBN thing, as I said earlier, the ISBN number, there's no requirement to get a different ISBN number unless you change the title, the author, the trim size, or a certain percentage of page numbers. All right. Anybody who's with self-publishing or goes through a actual professional publishing company would know that. All right. Create Space. I was not under any obligation or requirement to get a different ISBN number for the changes I made in the book. All right. The book is a 6x9 trim, 300 and some odd pages. The title remained the same, the exact same. The author remained the exact same. The ISBN number can remain the same. So the ISBN number is the exact same. There's no requirement of that. So about addressing that, that's like anybody can go on Create Space, which is now Kindle, Amazon Kindle, and go ahead and look that up. All right. I addressed that in the past. So that has been done. Everything that's been said has been addressed. So as far as the thing about the videos that's being done now, what I was saying was that the approach, because like you said, or was mentioned earlier, that it's no malice or it's just scholarship. But see, that's not like scholarship, the behavior that's behind what's being done. So now, we can walk through the videos and I could point out specifically what I'm talking about. It's not scholarship, or we could sit here and pretend that it's all about scholarship and it's just, professional scholarship and this and that. But that's not really what it is. And so it's really disingenuous to sit here right now and then pretend that it's all, all just scholarship and things like that. So that's that. So as far as all the information, everything was addressed. Every single thing was addressed.
Okay. Quite frankly, Wudjau, you had the opportunity to speak your piece. You did 4 years ago. We had the opportunity to speak ours. It was up to the public to decide what is what. We moved on. We never reiterated it. We never rehashed it. We moved on. That's how we felt at the time, and we left it alone. While we're talking about it in 2020, I don't have the foggiest idea. It means nothing to me. This means nothing to me. You're continuing with your classes. You have your Shesh Meta group. You got good friends in Shesh Meta that I still talk to. Sintapin Ray, it's my homie. It's my boy. Okay? So I don't have any issues with you. Never did, really, because I didn't know you to have any issues with you. And that's how it always has been. See, the problem is the conscious community. It appears that way. And because the chat rooms and people, they fuel us getting into it because it's entertainment. When you and Goldie was talking yesterday, it was people in the chat room was upset because you guys didn't argue. They were like, why aren't they arguing? So see, I'm not going to feed into that. I'm not going to feed into that. We felt the way that we felt. We had a right to say what we want to say, how we want to say it, when we want to say it. And you have a right to rebut how you want to, the way you want to. We can't control you. You have every right to defend yourself if you feel you needed to. And obviously you did because you responded. Well, we had a right to say, we bought this book, we don't like what we got out of it because we read other books and we realized that it was not a complete body of work. It wasn't an original body of work. And we didn't like that because we bought it. We supported you, Wudjau. I can see if we didn't, but we supported you and we applauded you when we supported you. So I don't understand what you're saying. We even promoted you. I said, Kalam, you know, Wudjau has a class because I was taking Kalam's meta class. I wanted to take yours. That's why I bought your book that I still have. So this has nothing to do because we put money in your pocket. So it has nothing to do with that. Nothing at all. And I think that's out of context. And I think that's gerrymandering. I think that's pettifogging on an issue that you claim to be this scholar. So this is 4 years ago, bro. And just because Sinetta and get into it, you're in your feelings because I could care less. How many times you seen me on Sinetta in the last 4 years? When I went on Sinetta the other day, I was talking about economics, which was a bang up job. One of the best presentations Sinetta's had in years. So I had none of them. I ain't worried about your book. Think I'm worried about your book on Amazon? I'm not. Because the people that love you and they follow you, they're going to buy your book no matter what we say. If we can stop your mojo, then evidently you don't have one. If we can stop you from helping the people connect to their history through MetaNetta, then you're not the Wudjau people think you are. But obviously you must be because you still have people that you teach and they're devout and they follow you. So that is something positive. We are just critics, bro. And like any other critic that'll criticize sports, that'll criticize a movie, is being critical, bro. It's not being literal. And if we think it's a scam, I think it's a scam, and I'll stand by that. I don't have any issue with that. It didn't stop your flow. It didn't change your bank account. You put out a second edition and people still bought it, Wudjau. What you're doing is grandstanding. You want an image. You're trying to protect your image. That's fine. But you're not going to sit here and belittle me and talk about my team and we went on tour like we some kids. We just as smart as you. We got degrees. We're not dumb black people. And that's the problem. And now that the wall's caving in because people are becoming educated, now that the wall's caving in, now you're a victim. Now, this is bad character. And no, it's bad character when you talk passive aggressive to somebody that's intelligent. That's the problem. And because we can sniff you out like a pile of shit, you got a problem with it. You're not going to address me, Wudjau. I don't have a problem with you until you address a person disrespectfully. And you do it passive aggressively as if someone is ignorant. I don't have any problem with you, Wudjau.
All right, so.
No problem. None at all.
Okay.
I don't know what you're saying, bro.
All right, so let me just address a few things. One, I don't play victim. I'm not a victim. I made a video. I didn't even bring this stuff up.
We didn't either.
Okay, can I talk? So
yeah.
I was patient. All right. I don't need the sound effects. So I don't play victim. I'm not grandstanding. All right. Anybody that knows, you don't know me, granted, but any people that do know me know that I don't grandstand, and I'm not trying to be grandstanding or standing anywhere in the light or whatever the case is at all. Y'all did what y'all did 4 years ago. I addressed it 4 years ago. In the video where I addressed it, I said that was the one and only time I'm going to address it. And I held to my word. Didn't address it at all. The video got taken down off the Amara Squad channel. People assumed that I never addressed it. It was put back up on Juhdi Ma'at's channel. There it is. There's a link. People could watch it. Still never addressed it. Don't address it now. The only reason why it's coming up now, at first you said you don't know why. But the reason why is because Sinetta put you all's video up on his channel because he has an issue and in his feelings. And so he put the video up to stir it back up. Then he calls you or invites you on the show on the same day, April 19th, and to talk about it and ask you questions about it again. So again, I'm not the one that brought it back up or bringing it back up, period. So there's no grandstanding on my part. And I'm not victim. I don't feel like I'm a victim. I lose no sleep over it whatsoever. So I'm not in my feelings at all. So now, in terms of belittling you, you say that you feel you have a right to critique or describe things the way you see fit. You're a grown man. I have a right to critique and describe things as I see and feel. But it just so happens that if I say that you went on tour, you label that from your point of view that I'm belittling or acting like you all are children and whatnot. but it's okay for you to say that I'm scamming. And so I say that y'all went on tour. That's how I feel, and I'm standing on that. Y'all went on tour, all right? And y'all—
And you scammed, Wudjau.
Like, fine. And y'all do act like children. The way y'all carry out and everything like that, that's how I feel. Y'all are petty. And
there you go with that y'all. Say names.
Wait. I'm not talking about you, Cuban Crisis. So let me
I'm just saying, say for my, you keep saying y'all all the time, y'all.
Okay, so to be clear to the audience, I'm not talking about Cuban Crisis. All right.
I'm saying there's other people too, though. Understand that.
I understand that, but I'm not going to keep naming, the names. But in terms of, since I'm talking to Kansu now, I could speak to Kansu as far as with Kansu. I feel that Kansu is petty and childish, and you use a lot of words out of context. So you say you got degrees and stuff like that. I'm not impressed at all. I'm not impressed by anything that I've ever seen you do at all. That's just my feelings about you and your work. Not you personally. I don't know you. But in terms of your work, now I didn't see your presentation. So your presentation may have been off the chain. I haven't seen that, so I can't speak to that. But what I have seen, I'm not impressed at all. All right. In fact, I think that you use a lot of words out of context. And things like that. All right. So I just want to make all that stuff clear in terms of addressing what you're saying about me, because you don't know me, but in what you were just saying, you pretend to know that I'm in my feelings. You pretend to know that I'm a victim and I'm grandstanding and all this kind of stuff. And then, by the way, the book that you got of mine, if my memory serves me correct, it was the sister Christina, who's really not Christina. It was a competition that she had where you won, and she purchased the book on your behalf. That was my understanding. So
no, I already had the book before she purchased it, because Christopher Withers told me about it. Okay, she just happened to give me an extra copy off of Garfield Show.
All right, so that was my understanding, because I actually donated.
Well, it's not a problem, but you're wrong. But you didn't know. You wouldn't have known that.
As I said,
know I bought the copy. You would be right if you with what you're saying.
As I said, that's my understanding. I don't need you to, I said it's my understanding.
Hey, bro, we converse. It is not lecturing toward each other. We don't have to do that, bro.
It's all good. All right.
We can have a dialogue. It don't have to be.
I know, but
shut up while I'm talking, then you shut up while. It don't have to be like that.
But a dialogue.
It's really not that serious.
People can't talk at the same time, though.
No, but you're starting to repeat. You're starting to repeat yourself, though.
That's basic.
You're repeating yourself, though, brother.
I'm not repeating myself with the whole Christina thing and the book thing. So,
bro, but I cleared that up for you, bro. You petty fogging, man. We're talking about petty ass shit. You calling me petty? You talk about unimportant shit that don't even matter.
But let me do it. Let me talk.
Let you talk. Let you be petty.
Listen. Oh, here's the thing.
Go ahead with y'all. Get it on out, man. Get it on out. Get it all out.
Allow me to speak, though. See, this is the thing. You
don't get it out.
You say, okay, I'm going to get it out, right? So here's the thing. You it's like you try to control the conversation. Like I'm
not, bro.
At first out, you want me to hear what's the point and stuff like that. But when you talk, I'm silent. All right. So anyway, that's the thing. So I just don't want you to pretend that you on one end you say you don't know me, so you don't know me. So now you can get to know me, but your friend, as you said, your best friend Christopher Withers, he's in my class right now. We've been building for over a year now.
All right.
On
I know that.
On things that he doesn't or has not learned from his current studies or previous studies with Dr. Ricchetti Amen. And so we're still at it. And so and I understand that that's your friend, and I know he tried to explain some things to you as well in terms of this particular topic and whatnot. Mm-hmm. So that's that. So I just don't want you to go around thinking that I'm in my feelings or whatever. But that's the reason why it came up as far as I'm concerned, because of what Sonetta is doing. But you say that you don't care and you're not trying to be into the petty stuff and everything. But Sonetta invited you on to speak on it, and from my observation, you had no problem. Matter of fact, you brought up the ISBN thing again. Matter of fact, we could play it and hear what you were saying. You were definitely being petty again. And that's why I say you're petty.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Everybody got it
Can I
out?
ask a question?
Everybody got. Oh no.
Okay. Oh no.
Let him ask a question.
Better be about Cuba.
No. My question is, I'm not gonna be. This is a serious question. What would it take for like this friction to end? Like, would you want there to be a peace or a unity?
I can't hear you. I can't. What you say? Stupi's mute. Stupi's mute. Go ahead.
Cuban, I didn't hear anything you said.
Okay, what I said is, what would it take for there to be a truce or a unity or peace between the two? The reason I say that is, you had said that there's nothing that Kansu ever said that was like, worthwhile listening to or anything. And to be honest, all of y'all have something worthwhile listening to. And in my personal opinion, I really think this is a waste. I think this is a waste of a greater contribution that could be taking place for the people. Because I thought really this is what this was for, was to each one teach one, and I thought a part of that was, I practiced the tradition by, character. And, with Maya, you have your principles as well. And it's just, I just think there's no reason why this just can't just end. Like, seriously. I mean, I know that there will never be like an absolute unity in the world. But I mean, as far as this, I don't get it.
So that you asking me that question?
It's for you and Kansu.
Yeah.
So I'll answer that. I answer first, if I may. So one, I didn't say what I said about Kansu. I said that what I've seen Kansu is I'm not impressed. That's just me. But a lot of people may be impressed, and the all the merrier, and that's all good. I don't have a issue with that. I was just making it clear. As far as that, in terms of a truce, when you say between the two, I just need clarification between the two. What, me and Kansu as the two, or are you talking?
I'm saying for everybody being cool with each other, both teams, even
and Melvin, man, because Melvin.
Man, I can't. I just can't. I don't know if it's me or I just can't hear what you're saying.
I'm sorry. I got it close. I apologize. No, what I said was the truce between everybody. Like, there being no issue with either individual, all the individuals. Like, it's just I mean.
Okay.
It's just so, I'm not. I have, like, listen. I have my differences with Amara Squad. Not a lot of things, but things I've heard. When it came to Luca Me, and that's about it. But that wouldn't make me say, hey, I wouldn't, want to be a part or be down or support, anything like that. The Amara Squad. It's just.
So let me just answer for myself, because if we're talking about everybody getting along and truths like that, I won't pretend to speak for everybody else. With me, I don't make it my business. I don't have a problem. I don't deal with the pettiness. I don't get into drama. I call it noise. And if you see anything that I do as far as social media, Facebook or YouTube, I don't get involved with that. I try to solve problems. I consider myself a conflict resolutionist. And so I don't do the petty stuff. When I see it, I'm against it. I have a whole history of being consistently against the climate of the so-called conscious community, the rap style battle debates, being the misnomer debates, which are really fussing matches, the drama, the pettiness, the on and off again, friendships and business relationships and all the other kind of stuff. So I don't condone any of that. And I've been unapologetically critical of that. And that's the reason why recently Sarnetta feels a type of way and used me and focused on me and gave me a whole day dedicated to me, because he feels that I'm critiquing his platform and things like that. So what it would take for me is that, one, I don't really have a problem. That's why I can talk to anybody. Like the was last night or night before, when I think the sister Tiffany was on here, Melvin, I believe, and Ngozi, and some others, all part of Team Osiris. And I don't have a problem. We had a decent conversation, no problems whatsoever. And I could do that any day, all day. So for me, it's not anything at all to get along. Right now, I feel like I get along. Now, when I'm misrepresented, I will say something, and that's it. But that doesn't mean I can't still get along. Like I'm on it. Like Kunsu has been on a platform, on unbiased platform, while I've been on, and vice versa, a few times. I could probably count on my hand, fairly recently. No issue at all. I don't mute myself and bounce out and vice versa, whatever the case is. So I never have a problem with that. I could talk to anybody. So for me, for it to be a truce, I don't see it not being anything. It's really, what I see is I do see some beefs between people, specific people, not me, but because it's the Amara Squad, like what you just said, Amara Squad speaking about leukemia and things like that. See, then it gets brought into the whole squad. But the whole squad, just like any group, everybody's not the exact same. And the squad, one thing about the squad is that we just come together. We have differences, and we come together on the things that we, share, but we're not all the same. Unc is a real black atheist. I'm not an atheist. I think atheism is I think people who are atheists are confused. People who are theists are confused. So we don't share that. Unc is not feeling the whole Kemet, religious and spooky stuff. Y'all hear what Unc say about that. Y'all hear things from Sanjeti. Sanjeti is in the temple. Sanjeti deals with the shrines and stuff like that. Asar does what he does. Dr. Maya does what he does. So we're different. So we're not all the same. So the truth, I guess it had to go around the board to see who really has a problem with who. And as it stands right now, just for the record, I don't have a problem with it. I don't hold on to whatever. The issue with me and Team Osiris as a team, and I'm saying as a team at the time 4 years ago, I already addressed that. So that's in my eyes, that was already done. The only reason why it comes out of my mouth even now, reluctantly at that, is because Sarnetta brought it up. That's it.
Carson, speak on this, man, so we can wrap this thing.
Man, I thought I made myself abundantly clear, bro. I felt like I felt 4 years ago. And I recently went on Sarnetta. It was talking about what happened in context 4 years ago. The title of the show was about plagiarism and how it happens a lot in the conscious community. It's not just picking up Wudjau. It happens a lot. It's an ongoing problem when it involves us as people, and we don't set a standard for each other. So it was not a personal vendetta against Wudjau or nothing like that. I was one of the first people to try to reach out and squash all this, and been consistently trying to do that. I tried to do it with Ishmael Bey, and then Ishmael Bey said, Kansu, I can't deal with Amara Squad no more. I was making headway. Behind the scenes, see, I didn't need YouTube channel. I didn't need YouTube channel to do that. I didn't need a live stream to do that. I did it in person as a brother. I was calling people on the phone. Like I got Ishmael Bey's home number. Okay. So I was calling Sanjeti directly, saying, "Hey man, can we work this out?" You see what I'm saying? I got one of the brothers on the Mossy Warrior Clan is from Chicago. I called him, "Hey man, can you help me work this out?" But when it's not paparazzi, and when you don't get it up front, then people are only going to go by the 45 minutes or the hour or the 10 minutes that they log in, and they think it's this major thing going on, and it's not. It's called entertainment. That's what it's called. It's called Mona Scott 2000. That's what it's called. That's not what it is. That's not what it is at all. And I made that abundantly clear. Anybody that's talked to me personally knows I don't want to see no beef at all. I don't want to see it at all.
Question, please.
Yeah. Yes,
don't rehash just stupid. We about to end this whole thing.
Please, bro. I cannot go to my bed without asking this question. I realize the effort that was made on your part to settle things with the brothers, right?
Could you repeat that? My internet went out. I'm sorry.
I'm hearing that effort, a substantial effort that was made on your part to ensure that this thing could be squashed, right? But the question I'd ask is, was such an effort? Was nobody realized that this thing, because it might question somebody, integrity, to reach out to them before it started?
Before what started? I don't understand what you're saying.
Because, all right, the allegation of plagiarism is what caused this issue, right? Was any effort made to reach out to the brother to say, listen, we have identified situations here that could be paramount or could bring your integrity into question? That's what I'm asking. That's the question that everybody was asking.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
No, that's going backwards. No, I don't want to go back.
Jesus.
All right. Okay, all right. I'm finished. All right, I'm done.
Okay, but Stupies, let me just say this real quick. No, I'm not going backwards. Don't do that. I'm not going backwards. I just want clarification, because when we say work this out or this thing, I think people who are listening, and even myself, I'm confused. Because when we say work this out, I don't think it was made clear to what, because like as far as
drama.
Okay, the drama. But here's the thing, like my understanding of the drama, I know there was drama between Unc and Kunsu directly, those two individuals themselves. All right. Outside of that, I'm not sure of any drama that's worth mentioning as it being drama. You know, I know that those two brothers exchanged some words that led up to some drama. So when we say work this out, I know on information we have a disagreement on issues, not personal stuff like the Afro-Asiatic thing. So you can't, right? Those are things you won't work out. Those are things we properly debate them out. So when we say work them out, and phone calls were made to Ishmael, Bey, and Sanjeti to work something out, I'm confused on what that something is, because me myself, I haven't.
It means squash the back and forth, man, so everybody can move along. That's it. That's it.
Right. Yeah. But again, to speak to what Cuban Crisis brings up is that specific names, like the drama between who?
Nah, no.
Man, look, my name's Muffin. I know nothing. Like,
it's enough been said. It's enough material that's been covered, enough conversation that's been said for everybody to take away enough of what they need to move forward in life. And let's just gravitate towards something else, man. Hey.
Yeah, like for example, tomorrow, I think Mika said it. Ouch. I think a good topic I wanted to talk about anyway was like I said, for another time, was polygamy, because you got some people who are support it, whether they involved or not, they support it, and then you got people that don't support it. And I thought
I'm trying at the same success.
Yeah, and I thought there was an interesting point when they had the little panel thing on Sunday. I thought it was an interesting point.
Yeah. That's up.
Black man can't afford a new car, but just two wife.
Definitely got to diversify the panel.
We can't afford two cars, much as two wives. So I don't know where people going with that one. It's a good sounding idea. We can. How much people can afford
Yeah, well, you know what, and that was the monogamous group point, and like they were saying that some people use it for a come up, you dig? Because just that.
Do a financial come up or like a punani come up?
Not financial come up, both. Because like, okay, the women will argue the come up, but the men who are against it will argue the financial come up.
Yeah.
So it won't be a long drawn out. I think it'd be a quick one.
There's nothing quick about that one.
Yeah.
There can't be anything quick about that one because
go. I'll show Amber feel away.
Now we'll have two rounds. You dig? Where like just now, like Wudjau will say what he had to say. Consu said he had to say. Melvin has and everybody said what they had to say, and nobody's really interested in convincing the other side. I said what he said what he said. That's it. Dig? And everybody agreed that that's it. They've been moved on. I think everybody said they've been moved on.
You know what? Polite a good game with polygamy. Whatever that word is. Everybody believe that is. Polite have a dollar store thing going on.
Hey, you seen that dude that just died in Angola? He had like 42 wives. He had like 258 kids, but 120 something died during his lifetime.
Wait. Where's he from?
Angola. Died. Call him Big Poppy, Big Daddy. That's a nickname.
One in Jamaica, they call him Charlie Mattress.
Could y'all hear me?
Yes.
Who's that?
Hey, this brother in Gold. Peace and love.
Peace.
Yeah. This is polite selling polygamy to the community, that people believe in that listen, this dolly house wife where you have a wife for 2 weeks or 3 weeks and then you move on to a new wife.
Is brother Wudjau and Constance?
Yeah, I'm still here, bro. I'm still here.
I was hearing the thing about the truce thing, the truce that is there a way to have truce between Team Osiris and Amarat Squad? And some people look at it as being petty. I have to go back on the conversation. If you guys still building on it, I just wanted to add on to it. If you're building on it.
Well, go ahead. I mean, we've been kind of.
I was just saying. I just wanted to say I don't have anything. I don't have anything against Brother Wudjau, and it definitely can be a truth. I don't hate these brothers. You know what I'm saying? I honestly think that Brother Wudjau and Brother Asar, everybody, Team Osiris, Unbiased Sports, everybody that's on here that got a conscious mind has potential. We have the potential, and we show that. But all of us have something important to say. So I don't hate, Brother Wudjau. I don't dislike it. When I met Brother Wudjau for the first time in Atlanta, brother's a good guy. He's a good guy. We do got to admit, though, a lot of the beefs is entertainment. Whether we agree with each other or not, we're sparking the thought for people to learn, regardless, whether we agree with each other or not. People are learning. I'm not going to stunt, and Brother Uncle said in the conscious community, before, me and Unc came around, everybody was fucking pseudo. I'm the one that brought the term pseudo. I'm just being honest. And then we got
mute.
And then we got, and then we got other people that came along that was educated with knowledge, and we made people that had education or people that was intelligent want to get involved with the conscious community. At one time, everybody was talking spooky pseudo judo shit. They was talking about super black melanin shit. And when we came around, like I was called a mad scientist. So the whole idea, I coined the term, like you will hear Phil Valentine say pseudo, and you will hear Dr. Wesley Muhammad say, and they the biggest pseudos. But then when I brought the term, it was to destroy that shit, the bullshit that people was teaching. You get what I'm saying? And when I first came on, I started off on a Nikki Love show. This was about 8 years ago. And on the Nikki Love show, I used to entertain the thought of metaphysics. I won't lie like I didn't play with metaphysics. I used to entertain the thought of metaphysics, like when she used to say, psychic reading and all that. And I used to tell people, this is entertainment. Don't take this literal. You know, it's entertainment. And I used to come with a street nigga ass like, look, I'm reading energy. In a sense, we all read energy. We all read energy on the street level. If you're from the streets, you can tell them motherfucking characteristics, bro, if you're in the world, bro. So it's this just basic shit. But
need that tape too. Need that tape. Go ahead.
But it was entertainment.
Hey, you still do that though.
Oh yeah, and that's okay. The queen doing her thing. I'm not trying to stop nobody's flow, man, because we're all human and we all have a creative mind. So regardless to how people do it and what they do, it is what it. See, I'm not the same Ngozi that was out 5 years ago when I used to be like, you get me raised up, and I'm like, fuck you, bitch ass nigga. I'm not doing that. You don't have to do that.
Right.
There's no need for it. So far as my brother Wudjau, I got nothing. I got love for brother Wudjau. I got love for, even though Asar always me and Asar always bumped heads. It's the way it's his attitude. But I don't hate the brother. But the way brother Asar is a very educated brother, and he has a way of being. He's very condescending. You know what I'm saying? Like he'll call you stupid without calling you stupid. You get what I'm saying? You gotta watch Asar. So it's like. But that doesn't make him a bad person because he puts time and effort into what he believes. The same thing with brother, Wudjau. He puts time and effort into what he believes. And when brother Wudjau broke down what they were doing to oppose Eurocentric narrative when it comes to linguistics, that's okay. I don't agree. I agree with his method because the brother Wudjau understands linguistics. I'm not gonna take that away from that man, but I just don't agree with them. I still support Afro-Asiatic. My brother don't support Afro-Asiatic, but I like the way he's doing it in the sense of we need more black people to get involved in these fields. Just like we need more black people to get involved in biology. We need more black people to get involved in chemistry. We need more black people to get involved with politics and the law, so we can control the narrative of what goes on in our communities and what's being put out. Because the whole goal, white supremacy isn't just based off somebody attacking black people. It's the educational system denounce what our achievements was only to make themselves look a certain way or look like they're on top. So I can't do nothing but respect these brothers, even though I disagree with them on that point. But outside of that, science is what we poke, what we pump. And with this pandemic going on, we ain't got time for the bullshit. You get what I'm saying? We don't got time for the bullshit. But I will say, there was the show that brother Sarnetta did. It was a good show. But at the end of the day, I want brother Wudjau to know it's still entertainment because we got to get the people interested in this stuff, man. It's not like I'd rather for them to see us go backwards and forward on bullshit that we disagree with or agree with than see the bullshit the bullshit that's out there that the media promote us doing on ignorance. You get what I'm saying? I'd rather for them to see a scholastic battle, whether we agree with people or not, and get people to start to think. Yeah. People involved. You get what I'm saying? Whether because it's not personal. It's really not personal, bro. Like this shit is not fucking personal. I promise to you, it's not personal. It's getting people to think. I'd rather for them to listen to you and me and Asar go backwards and forward than to listen to fucking what's his name, the baby talking about bullshit and rapping and all that stupid shit. Like, come on, bro. I mean, that stuff good entertainment, but come on, man. It's powerful what we're doing. And at the end of the day, also, Wudjau, you still got a large following. You still got people coming in. And I'm sure when Team Osiris did what they did, you got even sharper and made a volume 2. Like, fuck that. I ain't finna let, you know what I'm saying? Like, you got even still sharp and still. We all putting each other on, man. We really are. But me, Ngozi, I don't have anything against nobody, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that petty shit me and Unc went through. I don't hate Unc. You know what I'm saying? My brother Sarnetta been doing that shit for years, but you know what? He put the pseudo stuff up there and he put the educational stuff up there. Guess what? It's better. Yeah. It's better than the other shit that people promoting out here, man. Right. It really is. So I'd rather for all us to go backwards and forward without being personal, without hating one another or taking it serious or attacking one another than to just, cause ain't none of us losing sleep. Cause guess what? None of us are stopping each other money flow. All of us on here got a real life. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I always say that.
We got our own shit going on. We got our own life. And guess what? Our situations, our beliefs is not stopping one another. It's not stopping currency. It's not stopping you from being able to pay your bills. It's not stopping you from being able to control your business and none of that shit. So, and also for those people that agree with Brother Wudjau plagiarizing, that makes them want to get interested in the book on whether it's good or bad to see if it's plagiarism or not. And once Brother Wudjau proves that it's not, then they can be like, oh, this Brother Wudjau's deep. You get what I'm saying? Right. So I mean, for me, it's not personal, man. And I promise to you, it's not. Yo, I got a lot of love for Brother Wudjau. We met, when I met that brother in Atlanta, we got a picture together. The brother's a good guy. Honestly, he's older than me. You know, he's an OG. I respect the brother, and I could tell from the connection, it wasn't no frustration there. We all like I look to these people, man. You know what I'm saying? I ain't no grudges and none of that shit, man. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want Brother Wudjau or anybody, the audience. I don't want anybody in the audience to take this stuff literal or serious, because it's not serious, man. We just trying to spark thought. We might disagree next week. We might disagree next week, but it needs to be put out there so people can get involved in learning. So people can get involved and learn. Like I know when I debate what's the name next week, the shit that I say, he's gonna get emotional, because that's what Hebrews do. They get emotional. But guess what? I'm not gonna be the same Ngozi spun character, because that makes it look like I lost. People need to see the reaction. You know what I'm saying? They need to see the reactions of what is and what's not, because people are trying to hold on to beliefs. But guess what? It is what it is in the end. It is what it is at the end of the day. Me personally, my goal is to unite Africans of the diaspora and Africans of the continent, so we can all get involved in something, especially in the shit that we love. For those that's interested in archaeology, for those that's interested in anthropology, for those that's interested in biology, for those that's interested in all those fields, it's getting people to want to get involved. And I won't stunt. Since we came out, because I'm sure Brother Unbiased Sports was educated before, you know, he came to the conscious community. Yeah. When we started hearing certain things, it made people want to get involved. Like, oh, these brothers know what they're talking about. And then it became good entertainment for people. Now we got our good brother Unbiased Sports on here. We got Chief X. We got people that already had sense, that seen something that they was looking for, to all get together. And everybody, Brother Sosa, you know, my brother from the Caribbean, my Jamaican brother on here, Brother Garfield, who was part of Team Osiris. You know what I'm saying? Like, regardless, none of this shit is personal. But when me and Unc came out, when I started bringing a scientific thought, that video that I did in New York 3 years ago, or 3.5 years ago now, that shit got 1 million fucking views on it, bro. And it made people want to be like, damn, bro, who is these people? Who are these guys? And then people started like, yo, these niggas, they know a little science. So none of this shit is personal, though. It's really not, man. I promise to you it's not, bro. You know what I'm saying? None of this shit is personal. It's just trying to, you know, spark thought, man. You know what I'm saying? I just want to put that out there.
Yeah, and look, that was a great point you said about the book, because I didn't know that, like you said, when I came in this, I was pseudo as hell, so I didn't know either one of you. You did, but I heard about the book, and I said, you know what? Let me buy that book just off curiosity, because plus I want to support Black folks anyway. So yeah, so without that discussion, I would have never heard of the book, and I would have never bought it.
So, hey, let me just speak to what you were saying, Ngozi. I agree with you with the not personal, and you and I, in terms of you and I don't recall any personal anything at all. We have some disagreements, like you just said about Afro-Asiatic. We had a couple of disagreements here and there on Facebook. You know, especially when you had opinions about Mboli's book before you even read it and stuff, you know, those little things I point out, we had little disagreements, but nothing on the level of getting petty, personal, or none of that stuff. And so that should stay there with everybody. But I will say this, I do disagree with you on, like, I hear you saying what you're saying about the platforms and the fact that, you know, people, I'm all for scholastic battles, but that's not what we're seeing though. And, you know, that's just how I see it. I just call it what it is. That's just not it. And so I would love to see what you described though, because that's where I come from. I come from, you know, amateur debating in college. And so I know what debating is good for. I know the benefits of it, and I know how it should look and how it should go down. But that's not what we're having here. And that's cool. But we got to call it what it is. And so this climate promotes the drama. It promotes the beefs. It promotes the personal stuff. Like, you may not be, you know, have anything personal, but the climate produces it though. Like I could show a cascade of video clips where people are getting personal you know, even trying to be physical threats on social media, all kinds of things. And so that climate produces it because everybody got to be an adversary, you know, adversarial, you know, competitive and this and that. So I'm not for any of that, but I would love to see real scholastic debates where you debate issues and not people, you know. So I agree with you on that. I would love to see that, but I just don't think that's what we're having. So I don't support it. I don't condone it, and I've been unapologetically
and brother
critical of that.
Brother Wudjau, you have a right to feel that way, man. And I'm not going to say you're wrong or right because some people are not with that shit, and I understand they're not. I totally agree with you. People getting, you know, going crazy, cursing people out, getting personal, talking about people. It shows a sense of weakness. It shows a sense of personal insecurities. Psychologically, it shows the person is fucked up. They got a lot of internal issues going on because you get mad at somebody over the internet over petty bullshit because they said something that they don't agree with. These people, a lot of these people are coming from all walks of life, man, when they get on social media. Some of these motherfuckers is crazy motherfuckers that got access to a computer. I'm just being honest with you.
No, I always say that, bro.
Yeah.
and
for that reason,
many times.
And I agree. And for that reason, that's what I'm saying. That's not what we're getting. Like what you described, like I would love to see real scholastic debating, like real debating. But that's just not what we get because of things like what you said. You got people out here come from all walks of life. They're not really built for that. And it's not even to put anybody down. People that's just not what they do or even used to doing. But people got access to the internet, access to a computer, and we see what we see right now. So that's the thing. So I'm not really with that. So
let's just agree on what we agree on, man. We ain't gonna agree on everything. And then we just move forward. You know what I'm saying?
And I do agree with my brother Wudjau. Wudjau, you have a right to feel like that. I cannot take that away from you. And bottom line, you're not for a lot of the bullshit. And I think that it should be levels to this conscious community shit. I don't even think that we should. It's like what Dr. Clark said. You know, you got to debate your equals, bro. So it's like certain people's names shouldn't be in certain people's mouths, but people that we know that's not there, we shouldn't even pay attention to it, regardless of where it's coming from. You get what I'm saying? That's like. If I'm gonna use this example, it's like President Obama or Trump. You know, Trump talk all types of shit on social media, but he don't get a chance to reach everybody that talk shit. And they talk shit about these people every day, good and bad. But when you're on a certain level, you're not gonna be going backwards and forth with people on a certain level. You let them stay in their place, because eventually they'll dissolve and forget. They'll dissolve and they'll realize how stupid they sound eventually. Right. Some people do, some people don't. And they usually got to go in their own corner. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it is what it is, yo. It's all love, though, yo. It's all love, man. I ain't got nothing but love for all y'all, bro. And I mean that. Like, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, Team Osiris is our solution is revealed in science. Some things we say people don't agree with. You know, we get called sometimes pseudos. Sometimes I be like, yo, that's cool. Like, I take it all. I love it, man. It's cool.
They be the chat like we pseudo as hell, man.
Yeah, like yo, like they be like, damn, that nigga goes be a Muslim and he believe in God. But then he want to talk about science. Okay, I can take that. I'll be the pseudo. Shit, that's cool. Oh no, that nigga in Goldie dealing with cognitive dissonance. He don't take the Quran literal, but he still say he called himself a Muslim.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Somebody might. Yeah.
Hey, son, Goldie. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
Somebody might. Echoing.
I got two screens up.
What's up?
Polygamy or monogamy?
With the way the economy is in America, monogamy. I mean, I mean, come on, King. Like,
the way my bank account set up.
Yeah, and think about this, God. Think about this. Trying to juggle, like we all been in the field, right? Trying to juggle multiple people, trying to play that game. Come on, bro. Like, come on, man. It's a complicated situation. So right. the way the economy is in America, I don't think that, you know, people should be, you know, dealing with polygamy. We're not in that type of life situation. You know what I'm saying? People have dealt with polygamy for different reasons. But, you know, people got a lot of these people are playing this. I want to be a polygamous game because they freaks and nymphos, bro, and they using this bullshit as an excuse. First of all, the way of living today is much more easier than what it was 5,000 years ago. It really is. So if you got people trying to say polygamy, I want to deal with polygamy because we can deal with business or this and that. It don't make sense living in the type of time that we live in. So my brother Polite talks about polygamy. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with it at all. First of all, it's more comfortable to live now in a sense of certain things that we do compared to what hunter-gatherers was doing 3,000 years ago, 4,000 years ago. And for people to deal with trying to use that as an excuse because ancient Africans did it.
Right, exactly. That's going backwards.
Yeah, for me, I like to deal with I like to deal with a monogamous relationship because it's easier, it's better, it's convenient, and dealing with different personalities, different mood swings. I mean, god damn, I mean, it's cool, but and then all the personal attachments. You got to be attached to this queen, but then you got to deal with this queen situation and this queen situation and this queen situation. I mean, what do you got time for yourself? You start to lose yourself. You got to be like this with her. You got to be like this with her, and then you got to be like this with her. Who the fuck are you now? So no.
Hey, so what about you, man?
Like I said, I've been trying. I was unsuccessful. But nah, man. nah. I'm traditional with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think that serves a purpose in this day and time. Like, that went on when you talking about kings, man. Like, it's not like not like the general public is running around with just multiple wives, man. That was like the rich kings, man. So nah.
Wait. So where are Wudjau? What you said there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Monogamy or polygamy?
I'm not for polygamy. A few reasons, but one, I don't think that we're mature enough as a society to do that.
Powerful. I like this statement. That's powerful. That makes sense too.
Hey man, we are 4 for 4 over here.
Stew peas and pigtails.
Yes.
Polygamy or monogamy?
Listen, honestly, I'd love if my wife would accept it. I won't lie. And I love if I could afford 3 houses to have 3 different wives and to be sister wife. But economically and maturity-wise, I can't see 3 women living in the same house. Right? And honestly, I can't see myself even dealing with 3 women now at my age. 1 is more than enough. I'm not emotionally stable enough to deal with more than 1 woman at a time.
Yeah. What about Cuban?
Monogamy.
Okay, damn, that's crazy. See, sisters, y'all are shocked, aren't y'all? Wait. But
that's the God just stepped in the building.
I don't know who the God is.
No, that's me. That's Consul.
Okay, all right. Hey, Consul.
I thought that Rob Bowen.
Consul, monogamy or polygamy? And look,
polygamy.
Okay, thank you. I didn't want everybody to be afraid of the chat.
Yeah.
I'm already living this lifestyle. I love it.
That's what I was getting ready to say. I already knew Consul was going to say. Polygamy. I'm like, if he didn't, I'd have been like, really?
Hey, I do want to. I want to put something on the floor though. Like if we're gonna talk then, because although I said what I said, and most of us said what we said, a lot of people are in polygamous relationships but don't even know.
Exactly.
Right.
People call it cheating.
Or, right.
Going out on each other, whatever the case is, and so that we have that to contend with as well.
Yeah.
The reason why I said polygamy is for just what Wudjau said. If you letting a piece of paper define your promiscuity, when you know you're promiscuous and you know you probably lying and you're not committed and you're not, a polygamist shows integrity, and the polygamist is sexually disciplined. Just because I'm a polygamist don't mean I go around sleeping with random people.
Right.
So it takes a mental discipline to be able to be honest and open with the people that you're dealing with. and they return the same favor. So when it comes to people in these so-called monogamous relationships, then divorces wouldn't be 85% divorce rate going on with people because they cheating on each other.
Right. Yep. Yep.
So most people are polygamous, like what y'all would say. They just don't own up to it. So.
Cuban, where you at?
Cuban already went.
Yeah, oh yeah. I guess that's right. That's right. What about Melvin?
Yeah, I said monogamy.
All right. Okay. There you go. You did.
Boy, these guys' girlfriends must be watching this show.
This shit is recorded. Don't forget.
Word.
Like shit. You finna catch me like that.
Especially not on the spot.
It's so
sweet to
give motherfuckers some shit, yo.
Now it's funny because most of the guys said monogamy. Now, if we get these sisters on here, they're gonna be like polygamy.
Yeah, if they can have multiple men, that's what they're gonna be talking about.
Hell yeah.
You already know. Already know. Yeah, but shit, we had some good bills this past few nights, man. Shit.
Yeah.
We start off a little rocky, you know what I'm saying? But we always bring it back in. Hey, it goes out. Hey, I'll tell you what. I remember watching. I seen that video when you all through the speed quarter, right? You was out there with Seti, and when you brought up that Liger, and how that messed his mind up right there, I was like, he got it. No,
right.
That's the first time I see Seti. He froze up. He's like, he said, "You got me with that Liger." The Seti back there was like, we ain't the same species. You know what I'm saying? He was like, he wasn't the same. And he was like, you know what? I can't get around that line, bro. You got to do it that line.
I'm biased. I do notice something. I don't know if I'm the only one picking up on this though. You asked about polygamy and everything, and any other time, Amber and Bridget will be on the panel. So what's up? I see her in the chat, but I guess they don't have anything much to say. I haven't seen Bridget though, but I would be curious to know what women think about that.
There you go, ladies. It's on y'all. Polygamy or monogamy? They're all gonna say polygamy. I know that.
Lakeisha does say polygamy versus child support. What's your answer, man?
Hey, yeah.
I know, right?
What's the correlation between polygamy and people who believe in, a theist versus atheists and things?
Oh, yeah.
There's a difference with that. That's a good one, but there's a difference though.
What are you talking about? What I said?
Yeah. Well, no, you know what? Let me rephrase. I'd say depend on the individual. Like, I don't see nothing wrong with polygamy, but it's just one woman's enough, bro. Like, I don't got patience for that. They talk too much shit.
No,
I don't think a woman. I don't think she gonna say nothing bad if you just take care of her the way she want to be taken care of. If a woman is a woman enough for you to make her your wife, you give her whatever she want when she want it. No questions asked.
In the same,
do it.
I can't do that.
In the same household.
Yeah.
Or separate household polygamy.
Either one could work if you ask me. Because any man that's been raised a heterosexual man, you fall in love with a woman, that's your heart. That's everything. That's what motivates you to be a man. That's what motivates you to work overtime, to do what you got to do to provide for your family because you love your woman. She's giving you children. She carrying on your namesake. So if I'm married to a woman, she getting any and everything she want, period. No questions asked. I'm gonna rob, steal, or kill for my wife and my wives. No question. Because I'm a man, I'm gonna go out there and get it any way I know how to get it. Ain't nothing gonna stop me. Men don't complain, they just do. I've never been raised like that. Well, man, I'm broke, I can't get it, I'm oppression. Well, if it's suppression, then I'm finna get a ski mask, but it's going down though.
Question: as somebody who believes in polygamy, you think it's possible to love more than one woman? Honestly.
Most definitely. All of us love more than one woman. All the time.
Not in terms of, I'm not talking like the kind of love that mother have for children.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that undying love that you should share with your partner.
Yeah, I mean, I do it now. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
So where did you acquire the knowledge to know or to learn that love?
When
because
I started,
a lot of black people in the relationship, let me finish part two and the answer both of them.
Yeah.
A lot of black people, black men, never learn how to love because they never see it. So, you know, much as they never learn how to love one woman because they didn't see one woman being loved totally, much less a situation where multiple women being loved simultaneously. So how did you come about that? That's my question.
When I was young, I was exposed. My father and my uncle, they were heavy into mysticism. So I was exposed to Buddhism and Masonry at a very young age, and I studied. A lot of Buddhism comes from a lot of Hinduism. I grew up in hoodoo and voodoo. I'm an Ifa priest, and I'm a Tata in Palo. So in that culture, because my culture is heavy in West Africa and Creole, it was known that you do not attach love to the body. You're not the body, you're not the mind. We're all spirit, we're all points of light. And so when you get beyond the physical attachments of this world, you realize that things are far more important than the physicality of things. You look at the spirit of a person, you look at the integrity, you embrace love, which is Iwapwele. We talk about good character in Yoruban culture. We talk about Ifa, which is divine love. So you look at people in their essence and not just because of their exterior. And when you start doing that, you start letting go of physical impediments. And you see love in everyone. You see everyone as points of light and beacons of love. So when you start doing that, you're not personifying people, because we're greater than just this body. We do things all the time that are amazing that we can't explain. We're greater than this. So as a child, I just grew up loving nature, loving people, and never let terms and definitions define me. I stayed true to myself, and it was just in my nature.
Okay, I have my muted. I didn't see anybody follow up, so a follow-up question. All right, is a polygamy practice in Africans? I'm calling everybody inside here an African, regardless if you have a problem with it. Let me know, please, because some people don't like to be referred to as African, but as people from the original people, which is black people. That's how I define African, right? You have people in Saudi Arabia now who practicing polygamy, right? I have people in Africa who's practicing polygamy. You have Muslims in Africa, you have Muslims in Saudi Arabia, I have non-Muslim in Africa. And when I say Africa, I know that Africa is multiple countries, so I'm not breaking it down. So, is it that the African can understand polygamy in a way that women will accept it and can accommodate it? Is it and what is the reason primarily? What is the reason primarily you think that we need what a person should need to be in a tongue twisting, in a relationship with multiple stable partners? That is how I see polygamy, as multiple stable partners, not temporary partners. Is my definition wrong?
No, it's correct. It's correct. It's all about your culture and your upbringing. You got to be stable. You know, you got to have a certain level of, patience and integrity to deal with something like that. So I totally agree.
No, honestly, I was a big cheater back in my younger days, and I get old now, I get tired, and I get fat, right? But I sleep with everything but wear a dress. If you dress up a mongrel dog in a dress in my day, chances are asleep with it, right? But at the same time, it wasn't any emotional attachment. It was more likely out of sex, out of the need for pursue sex, right? So when somebody in a what is a man looking for in a polygamous relationship? Is it more sex? Is it that he need more women to stroke his ego? What primarily is a man looking for? Why he should need to venture into a polygamous relationship?
Well, I can't speak for everybody because I mean that's subjective. I don't think you can really put that in a box because different cultures practice polygamy for different reasons. I know for me personally, it was all about lineage and expanding the family. That's what it was all about for me. It was all about family wealth through lineage and having a large family. And also, because I'm in finances, I was always attracted to finances growing up. And it was always understanding how finances work and how to make things work and creating your own personal economy around your family and changing the course of your family. By doing that, I never looked at it as a carnal act of physical empowerment, because if you're a man, if you're a worldly man, and you should be able to talk a woman out of her underwear. If you're a man and you understand a woman, and you know how to tap into her and say the right words, you ain't got to marry her to get her.
X.
Now, if you're a lame dude and you lose all the time, and you gotta use a piece of paper to hold on to her. But if you're a real guy, she ain't gonna want to leave regardless with the paper or not. If you one of them ones, but if you're a fake dude, you lie, you insecure, you can't be real, you can't look a woman in the eye, you intimidated by another man, of course you're gonna need to lock on to one woman because you're gonna be lucky you got her.
I understand what you're saying. But are you saying that we can generate more wealth by having more children or more wives?
Yes. Yeah.
How is that? See that? All right. You would need more. Is it not what? They are more trustworthy to run the business, because I always thought that the expenses would be higher, because you need now to provide food, clothing, and shelter for more people. It isn't as if you're providing it now for just one or two people. So anything that you generate, instead of having to feed 6 people, you now have to feed 9. So how is it that you generate more wealth that way?
Well, I know in America, our elders had 12, 13, 15 children. And the economy, and they had to deal with racism in a more overt way. So money wasn't flowing all over the place. And they still took care of them babies and raised families. And we wouldn't be here today if they didn't do it. And Papa was a Rolling Stone back then.
No, but how many of those children went to college? How many of those children went to college?
A lot of them didn't. College didn't define us. College didn't define us as Black people in America. College was a way for us to be certifiably employed so that we can compete with white people that were using racism as a means to keep us in poverty. But education did not define us as Black people, because we had our own way of doing things. We had our own way of raising our families, and we had our own kind of intelligence. We had brilliant Black people that never went to college, you know what I'm saying?
I know, but wouldn't you agree that societal norms have changed now, where it requires that people, that education, the onus on education is now more than it was 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago?
No, I would disagree. I mean, I'm in the financial sector. Let me tell you why, brother. This is why I'm so motivated to teach people finance. Going to college is a financial pitfall because you're getting financed to go to college. Back then, you weren't getting financed to go to college. You would take an entrance exam, and if you had the aptitude, you would go. But now, you're going to college with interest, and they're using Rule of 78 against you to go for an education. So when they tell you you're making $60,000 a year, you use 32.5% of your income the minute you graduate, because you got to pay a student loan back. And so now that ruins your credit, and that eliminates your ability to leverage your credit with debt. So it's a totally different parameter with going to school today. Going to school today, the education is good, But the structure is loan sharking. The structure is financing. You'll go broke going to school.
But how much would you have made if you have not went to college?
The same opportunity Sam Walmart took, the same opportunity the Walgreens family took, the same opportunity Lee Iacocca took, the same opportunity that any other person that was very wealthy. The average millionaire doesn't hit $1 million until they're 59 years old.
All right. I don't like to use movies as reference.
No, I'm not using movies.
No. I'm going to use one as reference, but I don't.
Okay. I got you.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday, I was privy to watch The Banker. A nice little movie.
Oh, yeah, that's a good movie, yeah.
The Banker, about the two black men who conned the system in order to acquire ownership of a bank. Right? And the reason why I'm bringing it up is that while Lee Iacocca and Walmart and all of those people did become millionaire without venturing into school, the system allowed them to prosper. Right? They could go into the front door of the bank and ask for a loan at competitive rate to build that shop or to buy that car. But we didn't have that exposed to us. It's not that we didn't have talent. Black people have always been talented. But black people have never always gotten the opportunity. So our broke. So what we use is that we're trying to use education to leverage the situation more in our favor. To say, all right, let us get a better paying job than $7.50. Let's get a job that pays $13. Let's become a nurse. I become a nurse educator. And now I'm getting $44 an hour. Right? Although student loan will take back the equivalent of $11 an hour to pay the loan. I'm still making 33. That's far more than I'd make if I'd work with Walmart. You understand what I'm saying?
No, that would be incorrect though, brother. To be honest,
how would it be incorrect?
Because we tend to think that a job adds value. It doesn't. What happens is the owner of the job is giving you money, investing in your time. See, most of the people that work a job is because they don't understand that they can be their own job. They can work their own job. Most people that do very well in the United States work for themselves. An entrepreneur is someone that hires people, not someone that works for someone or is self-employed. And that's the misrepresentation of this government because it's debt-based. It's a capitalist government, not a capitalist person. So the capitalist government puts you in a position to pay tax to use their money. So when you don't know how to privatize your money, when you don't know how to operate as a corporate entity, when you don't know how to tax shelter, because we've been raised to be employees. We have not been raised to be independent manufacturers and producers. We think because we go get a laundromat, we're doing well, or we got a high-paying job, we're doing well. No, we're not. Taxes after $10,000, you lose 35% of your revenue. And not to mention, when you get your money in, you got to go and get a bill of receipt every time you buy something, you're taxed in. So the US dollar is fractionalized to less than 0.5% of its actual value. So $1 is only worth 25 cents. So that means you got to make $3 to bring home $1 net. So the labor force, that's just like they gave out these $1,200 stimulus checks. People didn't realize it was a stimulus check. It's to stimulate the economy. It's to force you to spend again so the US dollar can continue to be passed back and forth. The US dollar has no intrinsic value. Well, you burning calories and manpower to get a dollar that has absolutely no value. But if you employ people, now you're changing the neighborhood. Now you're sequestering money. Now you're creating a commonwealth. Now money is circulating between hands. So that's what I'm saying about that. But you're right. I'm not discrediting that at all, brother. But I'm saying that the financial education of our Black people is paramount because poverty is the #1 racist in the country, in the United States.
Yeah, yeah, but the situation is, right? And I'm not downplaying. Everything that you say is correct. But then, all right, a wide receiver, an entrepreneur and a wide receiver is not created, they're born. Whether we want to believe it or not, certain people are born. Certain things you cannot teach. You cannot teach speed, you cannot teach drive, and you cannot teach ambition. Certain things you are born with. right? Right? So when I stress education, I stress education because I understand that a lot of my people were not equipped with the skills of entrepreneurship. So I'm trying to balance the field a little to say, listen, you won't, because even among the white people who have a better starting situation than us, you still only have a few Henry Ford and a few millionaires. Only 1% of them are, less than 1% of them are millionaires. And they were born in a better situation than us, right? So us saying that entrepreneurship is the way, I understand it is, but it is not necessarily going to happen, right? It's hard to happen, right? So we need to give our people, say, all right, I need to teach you certain skills so that you can still live above the poverty line. Because everybody can't be a business person. Everybody can't be a successful business person either.
No, you don't have to be a business person, though, brother. Respectfully, you don't. Yeah. That's the misunderstanding. I'm not talking about being a business person. I'm talking about being financially responsible. See, the problem is if a brother like myself or a brother like you talks about economics, it's not popular. But if I talk about pyramids and if I talk about ancient something so and so, then it's popular. See, that's the problem right there. It's the value system. It's the value system. But what got us here was those that understood the economy of being supportive and biased to their people. If it wasn't for people that was biased and cared about black people only, blacks caring about blacks, me and you wouldn't have the opportunity to talk on the internet and speak freely like we're speaking now. If everybody said, well, a job is better than nothing, all of us can't do it, we, me and you, wouldn't be here. Wouldn't be no Thurgood Marshall. Wouldn't be no W.B. Du Bois. Wouldn't be no Dr. Ben. Wouldn't be none of that. Because what in the world do a black man need to study Egypt for? Where he gonna get a job at? But he did it. He had to do it. And that's what I'm saying. Like some of us that can do it, shame on us if we're not putting our 10 cents in.
No, but understand why Dr. Ben did it, to understand Thurgood Marshall. We understand that Dr. Ben do it to say, listen, we are greater than what we appear to be. Right. And we can be greater than what we appear to be because we were greater than what we appear to be. That is what Dr. Ben was saying, right? And right. And people who know that they're great, if you run 100 miles already, or you see somebody run 100 miles, the hardest 100 miles to run is the first 100 miles that was run. Everybody else who ran 100 miles, not doing anything special because somebody did it. And that's what Dr. Ben was trying to say to us. Listen, the stars are a limit because we map the stars already as a people. That's what Dr. Ben was saying, right? But at the same time, what I'm saying, and I agree with you totally about financial responsibility. I agree with you 100%, right? Because I have Chinese friends, Chinese Jamaican, and most of them into business, them have shop. And one thing I've learned is that business was always discussed around the dining table from an early age. So that child is ahead of us who had to go to school to learn about business. Because it was discussed with them, it's something that was taught, it's something that they understand, right? And as you said, I agree with you again, the second thing that you mentioned, that if I was supposed to come on it and say to you, say, ooh, the Jews need to die because they were responsible for the slave trade. And that's why God punished them with the Holocaust. And the white American is why SARS come about, to root out the weaker genetic population. We'd have 1,000 people watching now. And we're just picking things out of the air and just talking out our ass. But we'd have 1 million people watching. And we get 1 million views. Right? And that's the way forward. I agree with you that we need to talk about financial responsibility. That you need to be responsible
But what I'm saying, when I say financial, I'm talking about money management. I'm not talking about being rich, wealthy, being a big time businessman. I'm talking about the ability to manage money, the money you got. Finance deals with management of money. Money is money, but financing deals with how to manage it.
Of course.
How the allocation and distribution of money. And what I'm talking about is if we consume $1.4 trillion in the United States, I'm not talking about the world, it's more than that. If Black people consume $1.4 trillion every year in the United States, but we only produce 0.1% of that 1.4 trillion, then we got to ask ourselves, what are we doing wrong? Because we can live in an impoverished neighborhood and have an iPhone 11 because we value the iPhone 11 than we do our neighborhood. You can't teach that. You can't teach that. You got to shake that up. You can't teach that because that's ingrained. That's generational poverty. That ain't something that just happened. This is 400 years of that. So when we know that, when we understand that, we're in 2020. So we got to move forward. Malcolm X didn't have the internet. We do. So if we're going to add to the paradigm, we got to make a paradoxical shift and we got to move forward. We can't keep talking about 1969. We can't keep talking about 3000 BC. We got to talk about right now. We got to talk about what's going on right now. And what's going on right now is the mortality rate. What's going on right now is the opiate use amongst Black people. What's going on right now is the disrespect of Black women by Black men. That's what's going on right now. We have to address that. We can't sit here and say, well, everybody can't be. No, everybody needs to be. It needs to be a standard of excellence that needs to be set upon our people. And we need to hold each and every one of us accountable for that foolishness. The acceptance of degradation is unacceptable. The level that we have fallen is unacceptable. We cannot continue to give each other a pass because we hollering Black power. We can't do that. We got to be more critical about each other than we do any other oppressor or anything that's going on, because that's been there. That's going to stay there. But we not worried about the disrespect and the repression that we force upon ourselves. Nobody's telling you to know. If you got the opportunity to make someone's life better, why not just do it? So if I was to come on this, let me tell you something, brother. You speaking truth. If I was to do a stream, right? And depending upon whose platform I'm on, and I'm talking about economics, right? And I'm talking about finance and stuff like that. I guarantee you, everybody, it's gonna be people in the chat. Kansu is fake. He's phony. He's a coon. Look how he's talking. He's talking like a white man.
No, there's a young lady. There's a young lady named Monica Lamb that comes on the Dagger Spot program. Yeah. And she talks finances. And the most persons ever watching our show is 30. 30 people.
That's crazy. That's unfortunate.
Right, 30. And it used to be like 6 and 7. I used to watch it when it was 6 and 7 people. So when she get 30 people live, it's a good show. Mm-hmm. Right, but that's what we're faced with now. But you're asking challenges. The challenge that you are putting forward, what you are putting forward, mm-hmm. What you are putting forward, everybody from the 20s have faced it. Our people, when people has gone without so much for so long, it is hard to ask them to do without even longer. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
When people have gone without, right? If you tell the man, so listen, you have been eating bread and water for the last 10 days. Just eat bread and water one more day, right? And let's see, and use that money to do that, to invest into that. And I can guarantee you, sir, you'll never eat bread and water again. It's difficult to ask him to make that choice. Mm-hmm. You and I know that, right? Because people have been without so long, right? So that is what we're faced with. That is what we're faced with. We're going to ask our people now to do it out for a little bit longer, and it's hard.
I totally agree with that, man. I can't. I wouldn't. I totally agree with that.
A child, the average child, right? I've seen it in Jamaica. I don't know children here because I came here as an adult. But the average child is faced with challenges and is faced with, we call it people laughing at them when they're wearing their cheap-ass sneakers. So as an adult, when him can buy a Clarks or a Jordan, himself, how perceive himself is based upon that. Because that is what from he was a child, that is all he's been speaking into his mind. Can't wait until I'm an adult so I can buy the clothes that I want. Not realizing that buying clothes is throwing away your money. Right? The average black person spends thousands of dollars in them closet and $10 in them bank account. Right? Mm-hmm. But we have 10 pair of Nike, Jordan, we have the latest cutaways or colorways where I never understand. It's the same Jordan but in a different color. But we have a million different colors, the same sneakers. Right? But where we go from here? How we confront that? How we fight that battle? How we win that battle? That's a question I'd ask. How do we win that battle?
Say that again. How do we what?
How do we win that fight?
The fight starts within. Because it's just like this. A brother or sister can talk about how they're economically challenged, right? But they make sure they keep their cable bill up and keep their internet bill up so they can come on and talk shit every day. Sit in front of a computer to talk shit all day instead of getting out here and making something happen. But they put all the energy and the effort to be able to come on the platform and talk shit. Instead of being out there doing something. See, that's the thing. It's the value system is what you value. It's what you actually value. If you have values, you have core values, then you'll make better decisions because it's all about critical thinking and critical reading and critical understanding. If you understand these things, then you'll make valid decisions.
But that has to be a learned behavior.
Yes, it's going to take time. It does. But those of us that have the ability, we have to be willing to sacrifice to help those that don't. And if those that still won't, they're going to fall by the wayside. They're going to fall by the wayside. That's what's going to happen. Because at this point right now, where we are as Black people, we are sixth-class citizens. We got these so-called luxuries, but we're jaded. Because we don't have a focus of Black unity. We think Black uniformity. Well, if you're Hebrew, I don't like you. You need to be just like me. If you're not just like me, you're not walking and talking like me, then I can't talk to you. But it's not about being uniformity. That's military. This is about being unified regardless of who you are and what you believe in and what you stand for. It's not about debunking somebody because of a belief. Anybody has a right to believe in whatever they want to. That has nothing to do with it. It's all about being unified under the same common goal, and that's Black emancipation. That should be the #1 goal, Black emancipation. And if we don't have that kind of mentality, if it's always talking about, I'm going to debunk you, no, you're not right, no, then we're not going to get nowhere because the oppressor don't care. The Jewish and the Polish person, they don't get along, but they get along when they get here. Because they know where the food is. The food is, we're going to eat these Black people whole. Now, I might not like where we come from, but we're going to eat these folks. We're going to eat off these folks. You ever seen Shango? You ever seen Shango, the movie Shango? I don't like to reference movies, but you ever seen the movie Shango?
Years ago.
You remember when the character, the young white man that was a slave owner, had brought the skull out and put it on the table?
Really? No, I'm mixing it up. Not into that one.
Yeah. So, and he talked about the genetic makeup of the skull of the Negro, and he said, "Man, my father used to own this man here, this man that used to be our caretaker." And he said, for the life of me, I couldn't understand why he didn't cut my father's neck from ear to ear, because he used to shave him every morning. He should have killed him. I know I would have. He said, because my father was running all these Negroes on this plantation, and he was the only white man doing it. He proceeded to cut into the skull and say, you see these 3 indentations right here? See, every Negro has these 3 indentations. And what they do is they create passiveness in the Negro. See, the Negro is passive.
That's not true.
Of course it's not. We know that.
True.
Well, of course we know that. But this is it's a movie now, right? There's nothing to be given. But what he was trying to say is that this is the mentality of the oppressor when it comes to us, that we are low level. We don't have the ability to have intelligence. We got to have scholastic, institutionalized intelligence to justify who we are.
No, but let me use a different reference for you. You know that if you're growing ratties, pit bulls. If you're growing pit bulls for dog fighting and they bite you, the general rule is that you need to put down that dog. You know that, right?
Right.
If the pit bull bite the owner need to put down that dog. So what you end up doing is that you're breeding out the wanting or the yearning to bite your owner, right? Mm-hmm. A lot of people don't understand that certain traits were bred out, right? Yeah. The traits that were bred in is that you need somebody big, tall, and strong who is passive. And if you can do it for dogs, you can do it for human beings. If you can do it for horses, the horses that we ride now is not the horses that existed 500 years ago. Right? Yes. So the slave owner could have seen the trait that they want and bred that person. They want the big tall buck who is dumb as a pile of rocks. Right? Right. And then you turn around, and I said this before and to somebody else already. You took away Anansi. Anansi, one of the greatest tricks of gods. You took away Anansi from the people and you gave them Jesus. Right? Anansi wasn't passive, if you know Anansi and Anansi stories. But Jesus passive. True or false? Right?
No. Was Jesus passive? You talking about according to the Bible?
Yeah. Of course.
Okay.
Of course. Jesus said, in my Father's house there are many mansions. Jesus tell you that, listen, the fight, you don't have to fight the fight here. You don't have to fight the fight here because there's a greater place out there for you. Well, that's what I get from him. Somebody else might get something else. Right? When you walk around with 12 sturdy dudes, and when the ear was cut off, you place it back on. Right? Mm-hmm. So it is more a passive relationship.
In Americana, you being from the islands, right? In Americana, Black Americana, we have a book that talks about what you're talking about. And it's called it's a treatise. It's not really a book. Treatise, so-called essay, and it's called the Willie Lynch Letter. Now, let me tell you something, right? I don't know if you read it. The Willie Lynch Letter spoke exactly to what we are actually talking about. Let me tell you what the Black community did. They became scholars. You know what they did? They wanted to take the book or the treatise, whatever you want to call it, the letters, and they wanted to make logic out of it. When it was supposed to be an inspirational work, it didn't have that. When they found out how it was written and what it was written, why it was written, people started to discredit the letters because it wasn't real letters. Instead of taking away from it what it was trying to explain, because what it was explaining was factual. Regardless of what was in the work, what was being explained was factual. But because everything had to be intellectually sound and everything had to have a primary source, they discredited the work that was supposed to go far beyond those pages.
Right.
That's what I'm talking about. See, this is the isolated mind of the modern Negro. This is the isolated mind. See, this is like, it's no creativity anymore. It's no beauty in being Black no more. Because Black got to come with instructions now. If you don't look a certain way, you ain't Black. If you talk a certain way, you ain't Black.
But Black has always come with instructions. Because let's be real. Let's go back 100 years. Let's go back 100 years to 1920. Black people didn't know what it meant to be Black people. A friend of mine and had this. Both of us had this conversation when we talk about the impact on Rastafari on the Jamaican culture. Rastafari is a new thing, relatively about 60, 70 years old, so relatively new in the scope of the history of the Caribbean and colonization. But the impact they have in terms of telling people about self and awareness of self and where you're from, and don't limit yourself to that one location that would bigger than Jamaica, right? Prior to them, majority of people never appreciate them blackness. So black has to be a learned behavior. It has to be taught.
Let me ask you something really quick, because I'm noticing something in the chat. I want to prove my point here. It's somebody in the chat that just said that I hate myself because I'm ragging on black people. Now you hear that? The conversation we having right now, somebody thinks that one of us is ragging on black people.
Because they don't understand the conversation. It come back to that, they don't understand them blackness either.
That's what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is, like, 1920 is very valid, but what about 2020? Because see, 1920 ain't 2020. That's 100 years ago. This right here is something brand new, King.
It's the same. It's the same problem. It's the same maths. They just change around X instead of Y. It's the same maths. It's the same variable. It's the same situation we face all the time. If you look at it seriously, it has always been the same maths. It has always been the same maths.
What I'm saying, brother, is paradoxically. What I'm talking about is that we are prone to be revolutionaries from a couch than we are getting out here interacting with our people. It took courage to go out there in that street and talk to those people. We don't even do that. That's not even an option anymore.
No, because
what we do now, we do a lot of pontificating. That helps. We like we get our Joel Osteen on. We do a lot of that.
No, let's be this. I used to use this conversation. We have a thing we say in Jamaica. You say if it's never one thing, if it wasn't because I didn't want to go to jail, that's why I don't kick out your teeth. We'll find excuses why we don't act, and they give us excuses not to act. Right? Look, you get the pretty catalog outside there that you're paying $600 a month for. You're not going to talk to the boss, because guess why you're not going to talk to the boss? You don't want to lose the job, right? You get the nice house in the nice neighborhood. You're not going to say that unfair. Why are you not going to say it's unfair? Because you don't want to lose the job.
That's the
you don't want to lose. It's a measure of control. Or you may ask people, listen, the only person can fight, the reason why the slave fought and rebelled, is because they didn't have nothing to lose, You think the slave that was in the big house was telling the slave in the field, yes, we're going to cut master throat? No, we're going to cut master throat. I'm not going to get master hand-me-down suits anymore. Or master table scraps. Is a slave in the field who have something to lose in fight. People with something to lose don't fight. Always remember that. You want to start a revolution with a man with a Cadillac? He's not going nowhere. You can't start a revolution with him. When we tell you, I'm going to tell you straight up that no, I can't afford to lose my caddy. I can't afford to lose my wife. My wife is going to leave me if I lose the job. Right, so that is it. And when somebody talk about blackhead, they don't understand the situation. They only talk a lot. Ask the person who made that comment, when was the last time they read a book? Right? Why they don't come on the panel to voice their opinion?
But I'm trying to tell you, brother. In a little while, ain't gonna be no books. Ain't gonna be no books. It ain't gonna be no books, bro. It's 2020, man. Ain't gonna be none of that. It ain't gonna be no, after a while, it ain't gonna be no panels. It's a whole nother game. So we on a whole nother situation. We're sitting here right now in Chicago. There's no tissue paper. Guess what? There's no tissue paper in Philly. There's no tissue paper in Florida. Oh, by the way, there's no tissue paper in New York. And guess what? It's not a damn thing we can do about it right now. We can't do nothing. We can't do nothing. We couldn't do nothing about it if we wanted to. We can't do nothing about it. So now it's all about problem solving at this point. So we got to set a standard because the standards are being set for us. Now we're being told to wear a mask. Now we're being told, wash your hands, go over here, do that. Don't do that. You can't do that. No, you can't do that. It's not as simple as just education. You can't even go to school to educate because they're closed. We're waiting on the government to pay us because we can't go to work. We worried about losing the job we can't go to.
So what you saying? The road are not real? It's a ploy?
Say that again.
The corona not real is a ploy?
Oh no, I'm not saying that the corona is real because it's affected the hell out of us. I'm not saying it's fake. I wouldn't dare say that. That's insane. Whatever it is, I don't know what it is, and neither do they. They're professionals. But what I do know is real as hell because it's affecting every last one of us. And whether it's fake information or not, it's people that's dying for some reason. For some reason, they dying around the same time this virus is out. Now, whether it's the virus doing it or not, I don't know. But I know 3 people that's died from it. Now, is that a coincidence or is it the truth? I don't know. I'm not trying to figure that out. What I do know is we dying. What I do know is that life ain't gonna ever be the same. So what we thought we couldn't apply, we can't apply no more. Because now, ain't nobody getting on no airplane. Who finna go to a Lakers game? Who gonna actually sit up and go to a Lakers game?
No, people will go. The white people going.
Oh, yeah, no. Ain't about to do that. You see, the only cities they open in the cities that have a high black population. Atlanta's back open again. Oh, yeah, let's go have day parties, y'all, while the corona going on.
Texas, too?
Texas, high black, all the concentrated areas. In Chicago, 8.5% per capita of 100,000 people are black that's got it. Black people, 73% of black people are dying in Chicago right now. 73%. There's a 73% chance that if you black, you won't have coronavirus. And you will die. So if I tell this child, or if I tell somebody that wants to come together and work, hey man, hey look, let's go to school. I need you to hold on to this job, man. Because I understand, yeah, they do need a job. They do need it. They do need income and revenue. But at what expense? At what expense? Because right now, ain't nobody making no revenue. How are these people eating outside of the essential workers? How are these people actually surviving right now?
No, I asked a question. I asked that question the other day. I honestly asked that question.
Yeah.
What will happen afterwards? Will all of these rent, within the last 2 months rent, with what will happen? Are they going to forgive them? Are we going to have a rent forgiveness program? Are we going to have a light forgiveness, electricity forgiveness program? Are we going to have a water forgiveness program?
No. They're talking about bailout. Right now, the bailout is at 10 trillion. It started out at 2.2. The bailout's at 10 trillion.
No, but now, who will have access to that bailout?
We won't. The corporations will. So the corporations are going to be able to stay in America because that's the one reason why they're offering a bailout, because they don't want the companies to leave that's left here. So they're going to offer the bailout. The bailout's going to stimulate the companies. The company's going to employ their workers again, fractionalize their salaries as usual, pay them pennies on the hour while they make millions on the hour. And then it's going to stimulate the economy again and create debt. And as long as there's debt, we don't have any items of appreciation. Everything we buy depreciates because we buy it with the US dollar. And because we're not talking about dumping the dollar, we don't even understand that. We're not even on the level to understand that. We invest in a dollar that keeps us where we at because we're willing to give cheap labor for a dollar that has no intrinsic value. All it has is trade value. We don't get the trade value of the dollar. We get the residual of the dollar. It's called tax. We don't get the value of the dollar. Since when? No, black, white, yellow, no, we never got the value of the dollar. So once we go into that job and we go to work that job is going to keep you in poverty because that job is going to dictate your way of life. Every state in America has a living wage. Every state has a living wage that is higher than the minimum wage.
Yeah, that is true.
So inflation is at 8% while you get a raise at 2%. You'll get a raise at 2%. Oh man, I got a raise. Yes, but guess what? You're 6.5% behind the inflation curve. So what do? You go and finance a car with $5,000 down. You make $100,000 a year. Oh yeah, I'm doing it. No, you're not. Your median income at $100,000 because you buy stuff you can't afford. We finance everything. We don't go in. We don't buy things with collateral. We don't borrow the things when we go and buy them. Most of us don't even know how to buy a car. You don't finance the 70% of your car. Rule of 78, they make $7,000 off of you financing at 78 at Rule of 78. But guess what? Rule of 78 was talking to sixth grade. They don't tell you that when you go to school, you're getting financed. They don't tell you that. You're getting charged for that. And that's what I'm saying. It's these fundamental skills that you don't have to be gifted to learn. It's at a sixth grade level. Financial contracts are written at a sixth grade level on purpose. By law, they cannot be written. They cannot be confused. That's called unconscionable. It violates the law of the United States Code, Title 12, Banks and Banking. All contracts must be conscionable. That means they must be at a level of aptitude. And the average level of aptitude is the sixth grade. So when we go into a car dealership and we purchase a car, we don't know nothing about it because we come in there remedial, very remedial. But then when we go into debt, we say, oh, I'm oppressed. No, you're just ignorant. You're not oppressed. You're just ignorant. That's all. Once you're taught, you're no longer ignorant anymore once you're taught. But we are ignorant as a whole, not individuals. Some of us understand these things, but as a whole, we are ignorant to a lot of things because this system didn't include us. The system that we're in, the system of oppression, never included us from the jump. We were promised a New Deal, we didn't get it. we had the New Deal promised, they never gave it to us. So we're not getting what was promised to us, and we're not treated as equals in this particular system of allocation.
The FDR New Deal was never promised to Black America.
Say that again, my brother.
FDR, he was the one who, Franklin D. Roosevelt.
Oh yeah, FDR.
He was the one who came up with the New Deal.
Yeah.
Right? But it was never promised to Black Americans.
Say that again.
It was never promised. It was never promised to Black Americans.
Oh yeah, it was a promise. It was a promise to Black. It was written into public law.
No, it was written into law, but around that time you still had redlining taking place.
Yes.
You still had predatory loans where Black people paid way higher interest than white people on the same loan.
Still doing now. Yeah.
Right.
I agree.
So the New Deal wasn't promised to Black people. And then a lot of things, another thing, white people in America didn't really start, the average middle class didn't occur in America for white people until after World War II.
Right.
When most people came home from World War II and were able to access the GI loan. That loan literally put millions of dollars into white people's pocket because there was very low interest loans given to people to buy houses.
I would have to respectfully disagree, Brother Sweet Pea, because the reason the middle class was created in order to create a workforce. They needed a labor force to produce capital.
Yes.
So the middle class wasn't considered living good. It was just a workforce.
Right.
Because prior to the middle class, everyone was independently operating in a free trade. We were a republic before we became a union.
No, but prior to the middle class in 1938, when the stock market crashed, was it 1938?
Right around that time, I don't have the exact date.
Yeah, right around
39, somewhere.
Yes, right around that time, the stock market crashed.
Yeah.
I remember when the stock market crashed.
Yeah.
It wiped out a substantial amount of people, because even if World War II never came about, because World War II was actually the end of the Depression. Mm-hmm. That's when the Depression came to an end, when they had to put so many people into work for the war effort. Right, but prior to that, most people's savings who weren't entitled to the system disappeared when the banks closed, because savings weren't insured at that time. You understand? So even if you don't have a job,
what I'm saying,
still vulnerable.
No, you don't have to be. You don't have to be. Because see, when the repression starts, it's because the public doesn't have faith in its currency anymore. So once they stop having faith in its currency, then the depression starts. But the repression is because the public doesn't have faith in the currency, so they no longer invest in it. That means they no longer collect it, and they no longer trade it. And that's what creates the repression. Because see, the government can print money all they want to. They can print money endlessly without stopping. Right now, all they got to do is just punch a zero in and the debt's gone. But they don't. They keep printing money, And what that's going to do is hyperinflate the dollar so they can revalue it and hit the reset button, okay? Now we got a new form of currency, guys, and we're going to tax it differently. They got rid of the Bretton Woods system in 1971 and turned dollars into fiat. For this reason and this reason alone. Because they knew that the dollar was headed towards hyperinflation way back when Abe Lincoln sanctioned the greenback. Because they were creating debt they never had plans on paying back. They never planned on paying it back. Because they believed once they started a capitalist type of government instead of a republic, then that's when they started creating debt and items of depreciation. And once they created items of depreciation, that took away manufacturing and that took away independent distribution and production from the people, and it put it in the hands of conglomerates. Because at one point, we produced and manufacturing our own service and goods, but now we pay as a convenience for service and goods. That created the economy. And the first rule of economy is scarcity. We're going to make scarce goods so that we can start a demand frenzy and we supply that demand. And as long as we can continue to supply people's wants and needs, which are endless, we can keep them in perpetual debt. And scarcity has always been a problem. So we as Black people, we invest in scarce goods because we're not producers or manufacturers. So if I can take an iPhone, I'm going to make it a scarce good. That means that I'm going to produce the technology of that iPhone. I'm going to produce all 20 versions, but I'm going to give you the first one first, and I'm just going to add a little bit at a time. I'm just going to adjust a little bit at a time because I need to stimulate complexity and competition, because I need to bring competition to my market. And we are subject to that because we're the #1 consumers on the planet. If we stop consuming, the planet stops. If Black folks say, you know what, I ain't partaking in that. If we can't produce it, I'm not going to partake in it. That will change everything.
What you mentioned about scarce goods is that there's no scarce goods now. There's a perception of scarce goods. There's nothing scarce in this economy. There's a perception of scarce goods, right?
Yeah, I agree. I'm just telling you how the system works. I'm just saying the system works
is that the average product, more is spent on marketing than is spent on the product itself, in manufacturing the product. Marketing, the budget for marketing is oftentimes more than the budget for manufacturing, because you have to sell an impression that this is needed. This is needed. This is a needed good. You're turning wants into need. Because the average person now, by the time I was 20, I own more shoes in my lifetime than my grandfather owned in his. So, you know, by the time you were 20, you had more shirts in your lifetime than your grandfather had in his, right? You had more clothes than practically 3 generations combined before you by the time you were 20, right? Because the perception that is sold to us that wants are actually needs. And so we're more invest in wants and invest in needs. And it come back to what you said. It come back to the beginning of what you said. Probably is that we need to stress. Not scientific, but financial responsibility. To understand that what we can do as a whole. Because if we stop going to the malls have to close. As black people, if we stop going to KFC or McDonald's, they have to close. Because
no, but that's not what that's honestly, that's not what I'm saying. Maybe I misunderstood. I'm saying that we need to produce the same thing KFC produces. We need to be producers and manufacturers. Because like the stock market is not real. It's fake. It's contrived. There's nothing real about the stock market. They build fake platforms every single day. They just take people's money, then they dump the platform and move on to the next. There's nothing real about the stock market. Nothing real about it. But it's the economy. It's the nature of what we're in. It's the inability to understand how it works in order to generate wealth. It's the inability to do that over a period of time. Our frequency is not on par with the frequency of the national economy. The national economy, this is a debt-based economy. It's not a wealth-based economy. So that means that we have to look at collateral and leverage. How many of us understand the power of life insurance? We don't. The majority of wealthy people in the United States have been made because of life insurance. We don't invest in that. If I'm a mother, I'm a father, I got an unruly child, I'm putting life insurance on. If I'm a father or a mother, I'm getting life insurance. And then I'm going to set up a trust, I'm going to set up a horrible will, and I'm going to give instructions of what you're going to do with your inheritance. I'm just going to leave you money so you broke in 3 years. And the family then broke up and fight. That's not how you do that. If I'm going to get land, I'm going to get a land trust. I'm going to collapse it into a trust so you don't lose it to probate. These things are things that we used to do all the time. This wasn't nothing that is some new high tech. We was doing this when we were enslaved. When we were being made serfs and freemen, this is what we were doing. By the time Booker T had his emporium for black businessmen, we had a monopoly on the mortuary business. We were a multi-million-dollar mortuary business back then. What would be $1 billion today? But because we sold into employment, we sold into automation, delegation, and elimination, because they scaled down independence and called it a job. They scaled it down. When we were offered freedom, we were offered freedom papers in America. We were only offered to be federal employees. So we moved up north to work for the federal people. And the Southern people were already still independents. That's where the Civil War started. So we jumped out the frying pan and jumped into the fire. That's basically what we did. We were caught in the middle of an economic war. Because people wanted private revenue and other people wanted public. People wanted non-assistance, other people wanted government assistance. And so what I'm saying is we got to find some type of medium to be able to function within this particular system, because you're right, we do need jobs, but we need to be the ones that employ our people with jobs, employ our children with jobs, until they're able to do the same for the next generation.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is this, right? At the stage that we are, we have to be realistic on the approach of it. Yeah. Because I tell people that life is it's a 4x100 relay. And I can only carry the baton so far until I hand it off to my children, right? Because we know what the end look like, but right now we're nowhere close to the end. So we need to acquire certain skills that would make us capable that we can move towards the end game, right? Because there's no way now that you can compete with industrialization. You can't compete with the conveyor line, right? So although we need to go back to doing for self, there's no way we can compete with what the Chinese doing now, right? Mm-hmm. We can't start the race today and compete with the Chinese. They're 50, 60 years ahead of us technologically, which we can almost call 100 years or 200 years ahead of us, right? We have to learn the system and probably invest in systems for ourselves, right? But until that time, where will we get the finance from? We have to understand that. We have to understand that we need a starting point. And what would you say is the starting point?
I think it's financial awareness. I mean, but I'm biased to finance. I think it's all about understanding our status as people and financially. And it's gonna take fundamental skill building. It's knowing how to operate. It's knowing how to be economic in your family and in your home. Home economics is critical. It creates a certain type of legacy building. It creates a certain mentality around what family really is, because we're so disconnected from family now. We don't really invest in each other's families or our neighborhoods, for that matter. We don't really see value in that. We're literate on our neighborhoods and not care about that. We should be caring about those things. We may not be living in the best conditions. We're still under some levels of oppression, a lot of levels of oppression. We should value what we have.
Yeah, but the thing about it is that, again, we don't have the starting capital. You're asking a lot. You're asking a lot from people who don't have the capital to start.
I mean, I don't know, man. Honestly, with all due respect, with all humility, with my company, I'm changing lives, bro. I got a 13-year-old that owns a donut shop, man. She retired her mother last year. She lives in Brooklyn. It's a vegan donut shop. This coronavirus is on thing halted her, but she retired her mother. I met her when she was 13. Her mother was in the same lodge I was in. She Eastern Star. And she retired her mother. So, yeah. I mean, if someone cares enough, it can be done. So you don't have to ask a lot. You just got to be willing to do it. But you're right. Now, I'm not saying you're wrong, brother, because realistically, it is very tough. I'm not gonna lie about that. It is, but it is an option. We do have options. We really do. We do have options. I just think that it needs to be expressed in languages that we can understand. We have to stop separating ourselves over unimportant things like Jesus and Allah and Buddha. We need to we should not be separated over that kind of stuff. Because I don't adhere to the Christian Bible, but I also know that I ain't seen a bunch of Christians robbing banks and hurting people in their neighborhoods either.
But that don't have nothing to do with religion more than people robbing somebody. Don't have to do with the lack of religion.
Yeah, no, I agree that. But what I'm saying is people that are religious get treated disrespectfully, and they shouldn't have to be. If you're a Christian and you black, the fact that you black, I'm good. I shouldn't have to degrade you because you believe in Jesus. That doesn't make, it's non sequitur. But then in the same breath, I'm hollering black unity, but I'm attacking you because you choose to live the life the way you want to live. I don't even understand that. If Jesus is making that person righteous, if Jesus is helping that person be a productive person in society, why do you need to take that from them? What you gonna give them in replace of that? Like if they're productive in society, what gives you a right to do that? Is somebody over there cooking in the pot? What that is?
Yeah, but if you look at it this way, look at it the other way now, right? If most cultures who excel most cultures who excel have a unified religion. Would you disagree with me on that? Most cultures who excel have a unified religion.
Facts.
Meaning that...
I was just saying that to somebody the other day. Yeah, I agree.
Right? We don't have a unified religion.
We don't.
As a people.
We do not.
Right? Because if we don't listen to each other with one voice, right? Because religion is just a way to hypnotize you to understand the mores and the culture of your society, you know. To me, that's what religion does. And somebody else might think about it differently. But your culture and your mores are often the foundations of your religion. And it follows the teaching, your religion follows the teaching of your culture, right? We sometimes accept religions that was not culturally developed by us, right? So we're putting on clothes what was never made for us, that was never tailored for us, and then everybody put on separate suits, and they carry the mentality of each suit you put on. So it's hard for us to unify unless we're unifying under one banner, right? We need, the black man never have a flag, right? He have the flag of the United States of America in America. He have the flag of Jamaica in Jamaica. He have the flag of Cuba in Cuba. But did he develop any of these flags? Were any of these flags developed by him, right? So can he rally under a banner that was never developed by him and for him? Yeah, you understand? You're asking us to move forward. And unless we have that drummer to plant the beat for us to march to, what we're going to move forward to and with. So there's no quick and easy answers to the questions, you know, because you sit down and start rationalize it. You're doing baby steps, you know, because what you're doing is that you're trying to improve who's around you on a whole, right? But you can only be responsible as an individual for roughly, say, maximum 500 people. And I'm being generous, right? There are 45 million of us. That is less than 0.000000001% of the population of people in the quagmire, right? What banner we can rally behind, right? For the last 400 years, we have Christianity. Then we had Islam. And now we have Judaism in some form or the other, where some people say they are the black Hebrew Israelite, right? And we try to fix ourselves in these religions so that we were the original and originator of this religion. But yes, if you ask somebody before the Bible, what were you practicing?
Well, see, now, brother, I'm going to tell you, this is probably where we'll debate at. Judeo-Christianity is the equivalent. It's the same principle as African theology. It's the same thing. I'm an Ifa, and the Orisha, and Orumila, and the Ludamari is all the same thing.
No, man. You might say, I'm going to read, you know, and put up a PowerPoint, you know, that lazy, you know, I don't want to do that. But I can't see Christianity or the Judeo, the Bible religion be the same as the African religion. Yeah. I know that morally, each man have certain tenets of belief. You don't hurt your brother, you look out for him. Because how societies were set up. Listen, the average, let's go back 400 years, 500 years, 2,000 years. The average community was family, you know. Meaning that it's just you, your wife, your sister, your husband, your brother lives in a certain area, right? And so the rule of the family was developed to say, you don't rob from your brother, you don't rob from your sister, you don't rape your brother, you don't rape your sister, right? And those beliefs became laws. So when the family became more splintered, second cousin, third cousin, unrelated, we still follow those rules and regulations. And it wasn't any unique to any one community or any one society, because how they formed as a base. So religions might look similar based on the fact that communities are formed, cities, communities, countries are formed similarly, right? So thou shalt not kill is not unique to one culture. It is every culture have that belief.
Well, see, this is what I think what you're saying, I would agree with you when Christianity became weaponized. Before the Bible, Christianity existed. Way before the Bible, way before that particular culture construct. That is a culture construct of the Hebrew people. That is a Judean account of high spirituality. And when it was written initially, it was not meant to be taken literally. When it was turned into Latin Vulgate and Old English, the prose in which it was written, it isn't even trying to be literal. But when it became weaponized under the guise of political Christianity, military enclaves, it took on a different moniker. But it's in its raw understanding, it is the universal knowledge of the self in spirituality and individuality. When we talk about that, that's why we have Oludumare, Kulu Kulu, Orunmila, Mami Chulo. We have these things that are extensions of nature that represents our personality and our polarity. That's in every religion. But when it starts becoming literal, it's due to the usage of it to manipulate and control people. But that's like an overlay, though. The original religion was not designed to do that. It wasn't designed to be oppressive. I mean, it became oppressive, I agree. But the Bible wasn't never meant to oppress people. It wasn't written to oppress anybody.
No, but what I'm getting from it is that how are the Bible story African stories? Are you saying that the original stories took place in Africa?
No, I didn't say they took place because they're not literal. They're real stories, but they're not literal stories. They're stories that are used as means of inspiration. Just like in Africa, when we talk about the Orisha, each Orisha has an Odu, which is a story attached to the Orisha. So it's a story about Shango, it's a story about Oshun that represents the human experience. That's the same thing when we talk about Matthew, Luke, Jesus, Paul, Moses, all that. These are stories that are an extension of the human experience. They're not meant to be literal. They're real stories because somebody wrote it, somebody talked about it. In Africa, they would call it the griot, and they would talk mouth to ear about certain stories that represent these Orisha. In Kemet, it is the same thing. It wasn't a real Horus walking around, but and the stories around it embodied the human experience. So that's what I'm talking about. No, but the actual story of the Bible, no, it wasn't going around in Africa like that.
Yeah, I see the Bible as cultural myths, cultural mythology, and people like use when people hear the word myth, they're thinking that it's a bad word, but a myth is not a bad thing, right? Mm-hmm. Because a myth is what helps to strengthen and boost your culture, because we learn about Greek and Roman mythology.
Yes, sir.
And the Romans use their mythology to strengthen the culture and to expand the landmass. Because if you look at even Roman myths, even Greek myths, is that you will find Hercules or demigods in every place they capture, or every place they expand to, or took on. All of a sudden had a demigod who had sex with Zeus, right? Because that way they encompass or they brought people into the fold. So I understand the power and the importance of myth. I don't laugh at when people say, "Oh, myth means is stupidness." I said, "No, you don't understand myth. Myth is how a culture perceive and express themselves at their core basis, right? The Bible stories are Jewish myth, how they see themselves, how they see their experiences, right? Where are our African myths? Why would forget them?
Oh no, you don't have to. I mean, you're absolutely right. The Jewish myths and things like that and everything like that, that's just a cultural construct. That's what I mean by that.
Right.
It's a construct of Jewish people. But that doesn't mean that we couldn't adopt it because we're in America, and by us being in America, we were subject to those things because we were not at home. We weren't in Africa. We didn't have access to Africa. The continental Africans that were forced to America, we outpopulated them by the antebellum period. So we didn't have that fortunate access to our cultural center like that. It would have been great, but we didn't have access to Africa like that. Even Africa fell under the fall of the attack of Islamism and Christianity. It took away a lot of the Africans' culture. Africans are very religious in Africa.
Yeah, because they lost the myth, they lost the identity, they lost the cultural identity. Or when you are conquered, you not only lose your land, you oftentimes lose your God. You oftentimes lose your belief system. Because how are you going to hold faith into a belief system that allowed you to be conquered? It must mean that the conqueror belief system is better than yours. Right? It's an actual clash of gods, a clash of titans.
Yes,
right?
Sir. Yes, sir.
Because that's what happened. When you're conquered, that's what happened. Right? When Islam came into Africa and conquered those smaller states, people took on Islam because how can you believe in a God system that allowed you to be beaten? His God must be better than mine.
No, see, that's what I'm saying right there, brother. You're right. But that's weaponized Christianity. That's when Christianity was militarized. It was turned into a militant thing. Correct. I agree. I wouldn't follow that either. But when I'm saying in its organic form, when Christ was when that concept came about, it was not a militant means of spiritual worship. It wasn't used like that. It was when the conquerors came into play, and when you started giving way to things that are modern today, like Marxism, fascism, those kind of things, that came from this militant Bible, this militant use of the Bible, especially when a certain group of people, mostly Europeans, were using it to politically posture and control people. So yeah, I totally agree with you. I'm not just, as a matter of fact, we agree to the same thing. I'm just saying that the origin of religion is a very healthy religion because all humans practice some form of religion.
Is capitalism a form of religion?
Yeah. Oh yeah, capitalism definitely. It's an economic system. It's definitely a form of religion, but it's economic.
Right. Do you think that we were made? Do you think that we were made for capitalism? Do you think that's?
Oh yes, most definitely. Yes, we are.
Do you think that we were honest capitalists?
Yes. We should be capitalists. I'm not talking about a capitalist government. But Black people, we were capitalists. We stopped capitalizing on each other. We let other people capitalize off us. But capitalism in its purest sense is an economic system. But when it's governmental, now we are using their finances, we're using their resources, and they capitalize on that fact. But we are supposed to capitalize on the identity and the fact that we are Black, but we don't do that, of course. But that's what we should be doing, because the term capitalism is is being misunderstood, just like socialism. I mean, France is a socialist country, but they broke all the time. You go to France, you still gonna get treated bad. They still gonna be racist towards you. Black people, none of them systems work for us as far as the government, but individually, oh yes. I believe personally, individually, that capitalism can work for us as individuals.
But now the question, Can American capitalism work for us?
When you say that again, brother, I didn't hear you.
Can the capitalism that exists in America as it is now, no, can it work for us?
No, because it's a government capitalism system. That's why it can't work.
That's why it cannot work.
Right, it's a governmental capitalist system.
Yeah, because America is not capitalist in the purest sense of the word.
The government isn't. Yeah, the government's not. No.
Yeah, because let's be realistic. Because look at this bailout. Under true capitalism, under a true capitalist society, the government wouldn't have bailed out the businesses. They'd have understand that the stronger survive, and and the weak die, and it opened up opportunity for new people now to come in and to grow.
But see, yes, I'm clear on the capitalist government, but a real capitalist doesn't want the government in their business at all. Like a capitalist does not want a government. That's like the Republican Party. They don't want government involved. No, I don't want your check. I don't want your check. I don't want your food stamps. I don't want none of that. Stop taxing me for money that you gave to me. You claim you want me to use your money. They don't tax me. Let me have my own company. Let me do what I want to do with my money. Stop telling me where I got to allocate the money to. That's what the Republicans don't say. But we believe in democracy with money, which absolutely cuts our knees off.
No, but the thing about it is that even the Republicans here are hypocrites. Because one time I could explain it, but it was such a long time ago, that a lot of people in America believe that there's actually two parties. But in truth and in fact, constitutionally, there's only one.
Right.
How it is set up. How it is set up when people say, oh, we have Democrats and we have Republicans and we have, but in truth and in fact, you have the state and you have the people. Right? Don't be fooled by the term Democrat and Republican. Because their interest aligns 95% of the time. Right?
Okay.
And what people are oftentimes given is just the 5% difference is just to say people who want to be elected. But their interests are aligned. Right? There's no way that the Democrats will come out and totally change the system. No. Because the system is government capitalism. That is a government controlled capitalism.
But that doesn't mean we have to abandon the systems. The economic system of capitalism or socialism is far different than the governmental system. We as human beings, as individuals within this system, we can adapt our own capitalist system within this government of capitalism. We can, but we do not understand the actual meaning and application of capitalism. That part we don't understand. We don't understand free market because the capitalist knows I'm not working no job. I'm employing my own family, and we're gonna have a family business. I'm not getting ready to work for nobody. No, but I'm not working for nobody.
But there's no such thing as free market. Not even in America, there's free market.
It really is, though. It really is.
Let me explain why I'm going to tell you why I said there's no free market. In order for us to enter the marketplace now, right? There's hoops that are put in place. Legislation. You need licensing. You need paperwork to enter into most markets, right? We might get into an informal market, like we were allowed to sell one and two things now. But as soon as we reach up to a certain level, where it is perceived that we're achieving X amount of capital, you realize that licensing, taxes,
certain things come into play. $1, I can tell you right now, I'm living proof. Not $1 is associated in my name. Not one. And I have a very successful business.
Because you are working through the loopholes.
I'm following the law. I'm not working.
Right, you're following the law, but you're working through the loopholes, right? You set up a limited liability company, and probably you're working that way. I don't know which way you're working, but that is it. But in order for us to enter the market has been so skewed.
No, since we were enslaved, since we've been enslaved, we have not been educated on corporate infrastructure. Corporate infrastructure is what the governmental capitalist system is built on. We choose to operate as individuals and try to own things. We don't have to own anything if we don't want to. We shouldn't have to own anything. We shouldn't be putting our names on things that depreciate and carry interest. We should not be doing that, but we do it because we fall for the American dream. I want to own a house. Why don't you can possess the house? If I got the keys to the house, I don't need the house in my name. You know, if I got keys to the house, it's my house. It don't have to be in my name. You don't see any successful people doing that anyway. You don't see any successful people walking around with money in their hand. If I'm holding dollars, that means I'm liable. It's all about dumping that U.S. dollar because that's what these capitalist government does. It forces, it's just like Planned Parenthood. Poverty forced white people into Planned Parenthood. Poverty did that.
How poverty forced black people into Planned Parenthood?
Because it offered a solution to the family problem by offering abortions and all this other kind of stuff and practicing eugenics as a way out for black folks. And because we were poverty stricken, we went to Planned Parenthood because it seemed economical.
No, but what about personal responsibility?
Oh well, that goes back to grassroots training, like we talked about earlier. You got to be trained properly in your family for personal responsibility. Yes, you do. But if you're ignorant of both choices, you don't know. If the choices are chosen for you, it's just like when we vote for president. We're not choosing who we want to be president. We just choosing from the best ones they're willing to give us. We don't really have an actual choice.
No, but we can't as a Planned Parenthood. All right, I understand. If all right, let's say in most of our communities are food deserts. By food deserts, I mean that like you'll find $100 store in the black community, but you don't find a Whole Food store, right? So the calories that we're taking are superficial calories, right? They only cause health problem and weight, right? I'll understand that because of that situation where there's no other avenue to get food, we have to get food that way. But when it comes to something like Planned Parenthood, right? Everybody know from having sex, the likelihood of you becoming pregnant has been exponentially increased because of the act of having sex, right?
Not back then. You may know it now, but not back then.
No, but Planned Parenthood is in the black community. There's more Planned Parenthood in the black community than in white communities.
Oh, what? No, whites are shit. Whites on public assistance 3-1 to us. There's more white people on public assistance and Planned Parenthood than black folks.
3-1?
Yeah, it's 3-1 now. The problem is the racial wealth gap. That's why you got this whole reparation thing, this ADOS thing coming, because it's like, how can all these white people be on public assistance, but they're gaining more money than us per capita? How is that possible if all these so-called white people are so impoverished? That's been the biggest argument now. Like that's why you got groups like ADOS forming. You know, and I'm like, whoa, that's something to think about. It is something to think about. Like, wait a minute, somebody's lying to somebody.
No, but the truth of the matter is, with wealth disparity, is that. All right, the richest white person, the gap between the richest white person and the poorest white person is far greater than the gap between the richest black person and the poorest black person. Would you agree with me on that?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Right? Yeah. Right? So when you average it out, so because there's so much wealth in the white community, when you average it out, it appears to be $50,000 per head. When you average out in the black community, on the black wealth, it appears to be $15,000 per head. But the gap, right? If we take out all of the poor white people and all of the poor black people, white people outnumbers us significantly. Would you agree with that?
Oh yeah.
Right? If you take out all the rich white people and all of the rich black people, white people outnumbers us even greater than how they outnumber us as poor people. So that is why it appears. Now the problem with ADOS is that they don't understand that the wealth in the white community is not homogeneous, right? It don't flow all the way through. Is that poor white people poor, rich white people rich. No, when I fighting for ADOS, because I believe that you need to compensate people because they build the country and the foreparents suffered and you build the countries on their back, so they should be compensated, right? No, but what happens is that you cannot, poor white people is going to look at you giving black people money and not giving them anything, although themselves poor, because they bought into the belief that they're poor, but they can rich. That's a lie a lot of people are told. You're only poor because you never pull your bootstrap up. Not realizing that the system putting in hurdles every step you make to prevent you from reaching your optimal limit, right? Now, those poor white people are going to look on if black people get the just due as being unfair. And that is a stumbling block. Is to convince poor white people that, listen, I'm not taking anything away from you. And we know that we shouldn't have to convince them. But it's life. It's I'm not taking anything away from you. I'm just asking for what is due to me. Right? No, that is what you have to do. You don't have to convince the politician because they know that you do it. But how are they going to sell it to the poor white constituents? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got it. I know what you're saying.
Right? How are you going to sell restitution to poor white people? And we live in a political system. Because unless you can sell it to them, it's not going anywhere. It's not going anywhere.
I can't agree. If I were witnessing myself on a day-to-day basis, I probably would agree with you. But truly, again, the educational system around finances is really poor. If it was standard, if everybody had aptitude and they still couldn't get ahead, I would agree with that. But we are remedial when it comes to finance and money. We are very remedial. When it comes to investing and things like that, we as a collective, I'm not speaking individually, but we are very much so remedial when it comes to that kind of stuff. We do not have the fundamental skill to pose an argument. We don't have the terminology. A lot of times, terminal knowledge goes a long way. If you got the vocabulary that correlates to the system, that shows that you have knowledge of the system. But you can't, like perfect example, you can't be a doctor and talk like a auto mechanic. You gotta talk like a doctor. Because you don't process information like that. But we don't talk like bankers. We don't talk like investors. We don't talk like people that deal in finance. We talk like we're poor. We settle for things we don't have to settle for, but we do on a collective. because we figure that's all that we have. And then when we try to educate ourselves, we become intimidated and we shy away from it. We don't gravitate towards things like that. Just not in our makeup.
I'm going to ask you a question based on what you just asked. The statement we just made a while ago, okay? That statement is an eye-opening statement, right? The statement. So why are you going to give financially ignorant people $100,000? Why are you give it to them today? If all you said a while ago was true, if all you said just a minute ago was true, why are you going to give financial ignorant people $100,000?
If I'm the government, I'm definitely gonna give an ignorant person that kind of money. It happens all the time. You know, you got $1 million ball players that's ignorant as hell.
All right. Let me rephrase the question. Why should the opportunity be given? Why should we fight for an opportunity as black people to give ignorant black people $100,000 each? To give financially ignorant black people, why should they not wait a couple generations until people get smarter? Because what might happen now, is that this is a one-time payment, and we're going to take that one-time payment now. If we got it 200 years ago, it would have done far more than if we get it today. If we get it today, what is the likelihood of people producing generational wealth from this one-time payment if we get it today? What is the likelihood of that occurring?
You mean what's the likely chance of that happening?
Yes, if we get it today.
Oh, it's very slim. Very slim.
So should we waste the opportunity now? Should we use we play Monopoly, right? You have the get out of jail free card in your back pocket. Should we use the get out of jail free card now? Or use it when the board is ready? When the board is ripe for the taking? Right? And that is it, we have to be careful the fights that we fight. Because we know that it's due, and it doesn't matter to me any which way. But my biggest fear is that it might become a wasted opportunity. And you might say to me, well, it's their money, let them do with it what they want. But opportunity wasted cannot be retrieved. Mm-hmm. What are you going to say? What are you going to say when, if each person gets 100,000, right? And tomorrow morning, I was watching Divorce Court because I like Lynn Toller. She's pretty. I just like looking at her, right? And there was an episode on it where this girl mother died and left her $150,000, right? Mm-hmm. How long do you think that $150,000 lasted on? Less than 2 years. Mm-hmm. Right? In less than 2 years, you blew through 150,000. Right? It's not like you paid the deposit in a house. You had nothing to show for it. Right?
Okay.
So my question is, are you going to fight so that people get 150,000 and it get blown through in 2 years? Right? A friend of mine live in Philly, near, and him said the Black Walmart. As soon as people got that $1,200 stimulus check, the Walmart was out a large screen TV. The Walmart in the black community.
I'm clear that. I'm clear on that.
The big screen TVs were sold out. Mm-hmm. Right? So my question to you now, do you think it is responsible now to give people who are not financially responsible that amount of resources at this time?
No, I said it's responsible to teach them and educate them. I didn't say give them money. I said teach and educate them the value of money. To let them know that what they're empowered to has no value. They have to be taught it. If you can teach all the other frivolous things, then you can teach money. Money can be taught. Acquiring money is a skill. It's not luck. Most black people that have to deal with this foolish slavery, we believe that getting rich means you're lucky. Oh, you lucky, man. No, getting rich is a purpose. There's an agenda to getting rich. My grandfather had an agenda. See, I'm a white man whose grandfather had an agenda, and that's why I'm rich. That's why I don't want to be black, because my grandfather had an agenda. And black people who are successful in America, they understand that. It's an agenda. It's a purpose. This is my purpose. This is my calling. It's bequeathment. It's about bequeathment. It's about leaving wealth behind and perpetuating that wealth. You know what I'm saying? That $1,200 was reparations. That $1,200 could have started a business. It could have started an online business. But people took that $1,200 and, like you said, they bought a big screen TV. And then the funny part is, if somebody like me and you say, look, man, let us help you with some finances, huh? Man, that nigga don't know what he's talking about. That's a nigga. I got a nigga know I do. Now, if I pull up in a Bentley, if I'm in a house I can't afford, they associate that with being successful. You see what and that's crazy. I mean, it's sad. I feel bad for our people that we equate that with wealth.
It's not really with wealth, you know, with people with success. Because that is why the pastors drive a nice cars, and the pimps drive a nice cars, and the insurance rep drive a nice car.
And the insurance rep, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and the real estate agent drive a nice car, because if they pull up in a hoopty, the respect that they should get. Somebody said, no, they're not doing anything. All right. My uncle used to maintain washing machine and dryers and air conditioning. He used to fix those things back home, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he bought a nice truck, painted it and everything. And when he drives up to somebody's home to fix the washing machine or fix the air conditioning unit, the respect him get because of the vehicle that he drives is far greater than the man who would walk with him bag of tools in him hand and take a bus, right? Because people associate success with outside appearance, and as a result of that, him could charge anything he want to charge, right? Somebody else could do the job for you, you know. But because they don't appear to be successful, they can't charge you what they think the job is worth most of the time. They have to undervalue themselves because how you perceive them. And you see that happen in the black community all the time, right? The black dude who can fix your car, no, but you carry it down to the white dealership and them charge you $4,000 for something that would normally cost $400. Because of perception, because of success. And it comes back to what you're saying. But it was, but trust me, I enjoyed the conversation here. I don't know where we'll go from here. Right? I know that jobs are temporary and they're not real. You can't get rich working for somebody. Right? You can't get generationally rich working for somebody because that job cannot be passed on to your children. I know that. You can't pass on a job to your children. Right? I know that for a fact, right? But what I use as the starting point, right? Because sometimes with a better job, you may be able to acquire more that will be able to better invest in your children, right? Because if your mother and father had a house, right, it is easier for you to be successful because you don't have to worry about a place to live. You'll always have a place to live. So the financial risk that you can take is totally different than somebody who parents rented. You understand what I'm saying? Right? So that is why I say, because we have to start. We have to start somewhere. Because, trust me, but, you know, we must excel after a while. Then you are going to bed it. My wife's supposed to kill me because I don't hug her up. All right? But it was fun. I respect. I appreciate it. All right. So,
Man, he must have left. I don't know what happened to him. But that was a good conversation. I do appreciate that. So it's like late as hell. Lakeisha, you wild. You wild hunch, Lakeisha. But I'm gonna get out of here too, y'all. Unbiased must be asleep because he on the panel. Melvin, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, he might be asleep.
Yeah. So I'm gonna get the hell out. Feel me?
Most definitely, same here.